Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. As the clock continues to tick down and down towards 2026, we continue our road and our march down the knockout stage of the 2025 Demacia Cup as we get our look at these brand new LPL teams going into the 2026 season. And we continue here with our second of 4 quarterfinal matchups and our second best of 5 here of this tournament. My name is Graves, joined alongside Quacks for the call of Edward Gaming and JDG. Quacks, it's good to be with you and excited to get a fun best of 5 between two teams that are really making a statement and making some waves here in the early stages of the 2026 campaign.
Yeah, I mean, EDG toppling their group, going 4-0, not losing a single series to the others in Group A. But I think a lot of the questions that we had around this team, you know, would Leave be that missing piece? Could Angel and ZDZ step up? Could Perukia gel with his new AD carry? All of these questions, I think, have been answered really resoundingly, and we have gotten a really good look at this team when they are actually clicking so far here in the Demacia Cup. But their matchup is going to be a team who, you know, like we talked about before we went live, Grapes, maybe had a bit of a tougher schedule and obviously had a very big rebuild and is a very scary team on paper.
Should be a fun one. Two teams from opposite groups getting a chance to meet, winner of them playing Invictus Gaming in the semifinals. Let's take a look at how we got here, though, because this is the third of 3 stages of the 2025 Demacia Cup. We started in stage 1, where we had 6 teams from the LPL and 2 streamer teams face off in a group stage. 4 of those teams made it into stage 2, where they played with 4 more teams here from the LPL, and then those teams have now joined Anyone's Legends and Top Esports, who unfortunately eliminated yesterday, in the knockout stage. You might notice only 2 of the 8 teams made it all the way from stage 1 to now. Not going to see either of them today, but these other 2 teams here, Quacks and JDG and EDG, both made it through stage 2 rather handily.
Yeah, EDG in particular, really, I think the big person that we were taking a look at was Leave, but you know, on the other side there was a bigger rebuild. JDG having only 1 member, that being Xiaoshu, staying from their initial 2025 roster, and the big pickups in Junjia and Hongqiu coming through from CFO. And now the question has kind of become, are these players able to slot in to the new Big Tabe project, and are they able to kind of hit the ground running, give us a teaser of what we are expecting for 2026? Because, Graves, I think you kind of look at a lot of these rosters and you kind of have your perennial international contenders. Who is supposed to be at the top, where you kind of have everybody in their own individual boxes. JD Gaming have definitely always been an organization who has strived to be at that international box, and this is a roster tailor-made to get into that kind of position. And now everyone is wondering if in this Demacia Cup we will see seeds of that planted for the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brand new roster, but because JDG missed Worlds in 2025, they felt like they needed to change things up. We'll get into what exactly that roster looked like, but it was not exactly the simplest and the smoothest of starts. They began the group stage 0-2, needing 2-0 wins over both OMG and BLG to guarantee themselves a qualification into the quarterfinal bracket, and they gratefully find themselves here to find themselves against the EDG, who, again, did not drop a single series. Dropped a couple games here and there, but ended with a 4-0 record atop Group A. Lot to look forward to here again, though, and we'll have that conversation about how these teams had these differing journeys. But let's start off with the rosters of these teams, starting off with JD Gaming. Again, 1 of the 5 players, that being Xiaoshu in the top lane, remaining from the final iteration of that 2025 team. But Quacks, this was a roster that faced a lot of turmoil in general in 2025. They felt like they needed a fresh start, and they have one right here with this 5.
Oh yeah, they got a clean slate and some of the best moves for the offseason. I would say that Hongqiu and Junjia's induction, or rather Junjia in particular, his reintroduction into the LPL as he was on EDG for a little bit, has been one of the highlight moves of the offseason, and a lot of questions have circulated around these players on how they would fit with other characters such as Gala, who is known to be a very kinetic AD carry. He's known to be able to pop off, and when the pressure is at its highest, he is known to perform. That's been a quality of his ever since he joined the LPL back in RNG, where he really made his name amongst legends on that team as well. But, you know, speaking of Gala, I mean, he has had a lot of pop-off performances in this tournament in particular. I think that some games he can be a little bit quiet, but we're seeing shades of why this player is so legendary amongst other LPL AD carries.
I mean, you think about just that series against Billy Gaming that ended up qualifying them into that quarterfinal stage. We're seeing a clip of this right now. Him on the Ophelio single-handedly winning some of these big team fights in what was a back-and-forth 40-plus minute game that ended up with JDG getting the 2-0 victory over BLG. Again, another roster that a lot of people were very excited about. And Gala, you know, you have to say it, the most experienced player out of any of the guys here on the JDG side. And you have obviously other players like Junja who have that international experience, but the rest of the roster is quite young. Xiaoshu only in his second or third year of competitive, and you have Honkyu and Vampire who also are very, very new to the space. Having Gala here as a veteran presence in the bot lane that will be able to consistently deliver DPS is certainly going to be an exciting thing here for JDG. But we got to focus in as well on what this new duo from CFO has been able to do so far. A lot of people were very excited about them coming in, but Quacks, they have not necessarily lived up to expectations in terms of statistics. Now, it is important to mention that Jinja and Honkyu are both new to this team here, and also it is the Demacia Cup, so a very small sample size, but this is not exactly the form that we were expecting, and not the form that we have seen these two be on an international level.
And honestly, if there's one person that I trust to be able to, you know, turn this around or at least give the scaling edge to a duo like this, it would be Tabe. I feel like that he is going to mold these guys into something greater going into 2026. And so, yeah, I'm kind of with you on this, Grapes, even though I don't like the it's just Demacia Cup kind of excuse, because, you know, have a little bit of fun with it. I still do think that this is a duo that we are expecting greater things from. I think that this has been a pretty small sample size, and I am hopeful that we'll get to see some of that tonight against EDG.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen glimpses specifically from Honkyu. I mean, his Azir is just very much top-tier gameplay, and we saw some of those really great plays against BLG specifically, but, you know, still a lot to look forward to and a lot to expect here, as this is the duo that, you know, you don't often see, you know, imports from the LCP over to the LPL, and, you know, we get one here, and it is very well deserved, but based off of the stuff that we have been able to see from this you know, mid-jungle 2v2 over the past couple of years. So very much looking forward to them, but they're gonna have a tough task against Junja's former team, that being Edward Gaming. It has been a long time since they have, of course, hoisted that World Championship trophy back in 2021, but they have now a new roster here to try to change that and try to get back to that level that they once held.
Yeah, the big move obviously being Leave, and was a player on EDG a little bit ago, now returning after his year on NIP as one of the best, I would say, ADCs over in Nirvana, allowing them to win out in that group. But the big question on everyone's mind has been, how will Leave gel with Perukia? Leave is a player who, you know, can be a little bit of a psychopath sometimes, Grapes. I think that it is both a positive and sometimes a negative, as a lot of criticisms levied toward him have been, you know, getting caught out in the mid game, getting caught out on rotations. But when those rotations work, when he's actually able to get resources, he loves going in, he loves following his team into the fray. And Perukia, I think, is a perfect support to be able to really allow that to shine through, as he loves engaged supports, he loves things like the Rel, he loves things like the Leona. So these two, when it when it clicks, it clicks, and I feel like we have been seeing it click every single series, as, again, this is a team who has yet to lose a series, Grapes.
Yeah, and we can, you know, talk about who they have gotten to play against, and now obviously one of their tougher tasks await them in JDG. But EDG have passed all the tests that have been given to them so far. You can credit the bot lane a lot to that. You can give some credit to Angel, who I think has played really well, Xiaohao as well. But a guy that's really been stepping up for me here, Quacks, has been ZDZ up in the top lane. I know, you know, we wanted to feature him, but, you know, for a number of reasons, one being the emote that has been ever so popular. You can spam that down in the chat if you want, but this is a big step up, Quacks, from what we've been seeing from this player over his past couple of years of competitive play.
Yeah, you know, ZDZ, it's funny because we talk about the piloting of this of his champions, and I think the most proficient we've seen him on has been things like the Ambessa, things like the Zehen as well. And Zehen is a champion who I think has been really hit or miss in the Demacia Cup so far. We do have, you know, a somewhat small sample size for this champion, and he is the newest addition to League of Legends, so not a lot to go off of, but I think that ZDZ understands this character really, really well. He understands, you know, extended trading patterns and is a pretty good team fighter. So all in all, I think that a lot of people expected ZDZ to be a stabilizing piece to allow this bot lane to pop off, but he has been playing champions that are capable of popping off, and I think that he has been using them to their fullest efficiency so far and has been one of the big surprises, in my opinion, of Demacia Cup.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's gone a long way since being benched by Weibo at the end of their 2024 spring season to have a player like the Shy come in and, you know, try to save them up and things like that. But yeah, if you are a player like ZDZ coming in, taking a big step now with your second year with Edward Gaming, alongside, you know, some familiar play faces. He's had a lot of experience playing with Xiaohao as well. Another opportunity for him to take that big leap. I know a lot of people, you know, when discussing this roster, will look at a player like Perukia, who obviously is a rookie or was a rookie last summer and is somebody who potentially has a lot of that upside. I think you can be saying the same thing for some of these other players on this team as well, like ZDZ. So lots to look forward to on this EDG roster, not just for the Demacia Cup, but also for 2026, because, again, they were a team that had a lot of really bright moments towards the end of last year, and if Leave can be that big addition and the other players can take a step up, who knows how high the ceiling of this roster really can be.
And I think that these are two teams that really perfectly are kind of the checkpoints for each other, right? JDG obviously struggled in that phase 2 of the Demacia Cup, obviously, like we said, going 2-2 and not having the best start, but, you know, kind of taking it up a notch toward the latter half of that phase. And now you're going up against the best team, at least standings-wise, outside of phase 2. And so I do think that this is going to be kind of a good test to see if they have improved over the course of this tournament. If we have seen, you know, Honkyu and Junjia take that next step up, if we have seen Gala, you know, capable of popping off a little bit more. I think ZDZ versus Xiaohao is a really underrated matchup that I'm excited to see. Most of the time when we talk about top lane v top lane, there isn't a lot of meat on the bones of discussion as far as those players go, but I actually think that there is here in the case for this tournament. And then you look on the other side, EDG, I mean, Leave is going up against Gala, who's a legendary LPL AD carry. Angel is going up against Honkyu, and Angel obviously is one of the older mid laners here, I believe, that we have in LPL. Honkyu, probably the least experienced, or one of the least experienced, certainly one of the youngest as well. So it's kind of a story of inverses here in careers, but also in the fact that these teams have had very different stories so far in this tournament, now colliding and, like I said, being good checkpoints for each other to see how the progress has been going since we started Demacia Cup a little bit ago.
Yeah, really much gearing up here for this best of 5. Obviously, we are in the Fearless format. If Game 5 happens, we will have blind pick just like we have had for all the Game 3s here in our earlier parts of the group stages. And that opens up a lot more opportunities and a lot more potential for, you know, the abilities for these champion pools to really shine here, Quacks. And one player that we wanted to highlight specifically before we got into the draft of Game 1 is that youngest player on JDG in Honkyu. Now, you and I both have names that are related to ducks in some way. You know, the duck song for grapes, Quacks, the sound that a duck makes. We're a fan of Honkyu, or should we say Honkyu, and his ability to really thrive on these bird champions. I know this is a bit of a meme graphic. We are, of course, in the Demacia Cup, but the Azir is certainly a staple, and now Honkyu has been able to whip out things like the Swain. He added a Nivea earlier on in this tournament, so a lot of good opportunities here and stuff to look out for, not just in terms of the specialty in the Azir that we're expected to be banned a bunch, but also what we could potentially be seeing once we get into the later stages of Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, Tabe has been kind of cooking with some of these matchups. I really liked the Anivia angle that was locked in for that series. The Swain as well is another really good champion, and I think obviously the 4-0 stat here for Honkyu is something that we're really looking forward to. But then Azir has always been Honkyu's strongest character, and then we have the question marks next to the Galio. I'll let the people decide if this is a bird or not. He's got wings. He's got wings, and you know, a gargoyle is like half half bird. Come on, he's got some animalistic features onto him. I think we can qualify it for now. Even though he doesn't really fly, he just kind of falls with style.
Yeah, I feel like Galio is where the birds go to like perch on him. He's like a giant statue. So he's not actually a bird. He's the home of the birds. He's the baseline for them to kind of be able to shine by sitting on top of him. So maybe that's why he's taken some of those losses over there. Yeah, all that great analysis right here on LPL English. You can see the players and their backgrounds. We are getting ready, of course, for the draft of Game 1. But, Quacks, just talking about the champion pool situations and things like that, you know, you mentioned with a coach like Tabe being able to pull out the most of the meat from the bones from some of these players on JDG. We think that that's going to be a strength as we get later on into Fearless, whereas on EDG's side, the champion pools could be something that we look at as maybe them not having as much experience on.
Yeah, like Perukia in particular has been one of the more straightforward supports in terms of what he likes to play. Like we said, Nautilus, Leona, Rel, like these are his champions. Outside of that, it's a little bit difficult to find those characters, and particularly if JDG decide to turn some of those bans toward the support position, it just limits what Perukia can do even further. So I think that we're going to have a really interesting series, Grapes, where I think JDG will evolve as time goes on, be a little bit more creative, and won't have to worry about running out of champions to pick around if we get to, you know, your game 4 or your game 5. Whereas for EDG, I'd be a little bit more concerned. I'm curious to see how that shakes out. And again, it'll be a good checkpoint for these teams to see where exactly they can be pushed, what they can improve on, and what we have seen from them in terms of that improvement so far here in Demacia Cup.
Well, we're about to find out how exactly these teams have improved as we are set for the draft of game number 1 of this best of 5. JDG on the blue side and EDG over on red. You can see some of the bans already coming through. That Malphite jungle has specifically been very, very impactful, as has the Orianna, specifically on Honkyu's side. I feel like both of those are going to be pretty high targets throughout this series, this best of 5 series. But waiting to see what JDG want to prioritize. There is that Azir that we talked about, and Honkyu coming out into its fullest fruition. We get his signature champion here in game 1.
And Azir, obviously one of the mid laners who is really nice to pair up with some of your bruiser junglers. So this will be another really good test to see how that synergy with Honkyu and Junjia actually comes out in this series against EDG. EDG, though, I wouldn't be surprised if this Talia is just instantly locked in, and then you try to snag up some of those good jungle pairings onto, like the Wukong, like the Xin Zhao, which it looks like they're going to do. I think this is just going to be a classic 2v2 between Angel and Xiao Hao, along with Honkyu and Junjia.
The quick response going to be that Wukong Talia combo here. Of course, Xiao and Angel, a lot of experience playing together over the past year, and that's something that I think we always look at for strength in preseason tournaments as well, right? 4 of the 5 players sticking together, a very different philosophy in the offseason versus what JDG ended up doing in terms of flipping essentially everybody. We'll see if that also ends up providing some sort of strength, and you know, having Angel on one of these playmaking mid laners that can roam around the map very easily, going to be fun. We watched a clip of this guy on Aphelios a little bit earlier on in the show, Quacks, and we're going to get Gala on that champion again here.
So I wonder, are they going to go for the mid jungle, or are they just going to try and snag up their bot lane duo instantly? They deny Leave his signature Aphelios, which I think is one of his better characters. I was wondering if maybe they would deny Perukia one of his prime engage supports that we mentioned, but it looks like they're just content with giving Xiaoshu one of his top laners, that being the Scion. So setting up for just a front line for the Azir and the Aphelios to really pop off in these late game team fights. But we need something that gets them to that point, Grapes. There isn't a bridge that is started in the early game. This is really so far just all late game power coming out from JDG.
So a strong jungler, a strong support that can play make a little bit in the early game. Maybe what we're looking at in terms of what JDG can fill their composition around as we enter the second phase of this pick ban. The Zehen for ZDZ also going to be a fun selection. Has a pretty good time in that lane against Xiaoshu. Obviously, ZDZ, a great team fighter. The laning phase is maybe where we have our eyes on in terms of areas of improvement. So getting an advantageous 1v1 certainly going to be beneficial here for EDG.
It definitely is, and I like the Xin Zhao ban here from EDG, just a really good pairing and provides a lot of that early game damage and proactivity that we said JDG desperately needed. Now, you're kind of running out of junglers as Junjia to realistically play here. I mean, especially if they decide to go for another jungle ban here. I think the Poppy is more so aimed toward the support role and just giving Vampire set up for this Aphelios to free hit. It's also really good to pair that up with some of his guns like the Gravitum. You just get that CC chain rolling. And then if you pick a high DPS jungler, it can really just secure a kill for you out of the gate. But it does feel like EDG are gradually constricting what Junjia can play in his role here. So curious what's going to be taken here. But on the other side, EDG, now I think the question is just, what are you going to go for in the wake of trying to bully this Aphelios? Obviously, this is an immobile AD carry, so if you go for things like the Nautilus to try and lock him down, I think that there is definitely merit to that. But it seems like JDG have also constricted some of these engaged supports, namely that Nico and that Leona being taken away. Makes it difficult for Perukia to start up some of these fights.
Got my eyes on Rel here, potentially here, for Perukia, depending on what exactly Leave wants to select as well. You could wait for support counter pick on 5, and it looks like that is what they'll do with a Ziggs lock-in. Going to provide a little bit of extra range. You already have enough go buttons here already with that Wukong and, something like Perukia, which we're imagining is going to be some sort of engaged champion. So just adding a little bit of extra long-range threat.
I like that Alistar lock-in. I mean, you've got engage on things like the Wukong, and then obviously the ultimate from Zehen makes it really easy for him to get into the middle of a team fight so you can just headbutt him out. I would much more favor that because I think it synergizes well with the Aphelios in lane and just being able to give him a easier time in the first 14 minutes against the poke that Leave will inevitably try to match and or levy against the Aphelios depending on what kind of guns he has. But yeah, Junjia, I feel like Qiyana really is your last good answer here. It synergizes okay with the Azir, but this is probably the closest champion I associate with Junjia personally. I think that whenever I picture him as a player, I think of really high mechanical ceilings, I think of pop-off plays, and I think of high damage junglers, and Qiyana fits all of those like a glove. So it does kind of leave Xiaoshu and Vampire as the sole frontliners. Vampire obviously going to need to take his time with that pick, but I do think it'll require the top laner here of JDG to kind of pull overtime in a lot of these team fights.
A lot of damage here for JD Gaming. Curious to see if they're going to be able to feed all of those mouths in terms of getting resources into the right places as we go throughout a game of a team that really wants to scale into the late game. Whereas on EDG's side, I feel like they have a lot of good tools to start fights and initiate things, specifically in the mid-game around some neutral objectives now that Perukia has locked in at that rel. That combined with the Wukong and Angel on a Talia coming in and trying to separate enemies, create some sort of level of disruption. I think I like what EDG has to the table, unless JDG are able to scale into that super late game.
Yeah, and obviously when you think about scaling, you think about the dragon stacking, but Grapes, I'm going to be completely honest with you, both of these comps are really good at using the grubs. You've got the Scion on one side, you've got the Ziggs on another side, Azir as well. When you've got these really, as you put it, mouths, you've got these really big mouths to feed where you have a lot of damage, but you need to give them the economy in order to dish out that damage and get those items. One very common way you can do that is by getting the grubs and being sure that that plate gold is able to be consumed by all of these members of JDG. So I would imagine they're going to be lane swapping toward that top side at around the 8-minute mark. They're going to be fighting for that objective, and EDG I think would be wise to respond to that because it really can tip the scales of power and who is able to get those items before all of those important dragons that help them scale into that late game that you mentioned.
Well, here we go. Champions have been locked in, runes have been finalized, and onto the Rift we shall go in just a few short seconds. Hopefully a competitive, close, potentially 5-game series between JD Gaming and EDG. Two teams that have really been at the peak of the Demacia Cup in terms of their level of play, specifically over the last week or so. The winner locks themselves a spot in the semifinals against the winner of AL versus LGD a little bit later on this week. Let's get on with it. It's game 1 of our Demacia Cup quarterfinal.
And I got to be honest with you, Grapes, when we got our assignments on who was going to be covering what series in the quarterfinals, I was very happy to see that I was able to do this series. I think that if we're looking at all of the quarterfinal matchups, maybe besides LNG and OMG, that being a rematch of one of the better BO3s in Demacia Cup so far. This is probably the closest series that we will get, and so I do hope, like you, that we get toward that 5 games, as we have a team that a lot of people were hyped to see on paper, maybe under-delivering in some other people's eyes, versus EDG, a team that, you know, made one tiny move, and it seems like it is paying off. This squad has been doing super well in this tournament so far and raising the stocks of what these guys are capable of going into the new year.
And it's our first best of 5 as well, where it's 2 teams from opposite groups of Stage 2 that are going to be facing off against each other. TS and, you know, obviously was not in Stage 2, so we didn't have that, and both of our other ones are not going to be in that situation either. So this is our best opportunity in the quarterfinals, at least, Quacks, to truly gauge how strong each group was. I think a lot of people came in with the expectation that Group B was going to be the stronger one. You know, maybe not because of the teams that ended up out of it, but more so Weibo and BLG, who actually ended up on the outside looking in. So JDG sitting at 2-2. Their record might not be as convincing, but we think that their quality of wins could be particularly strong.
Yeah, and also just the bounce back, I think, from what we saw. Like, they went 0-2, and then they had to really clutch up in order to make it to this stage. So they're riding that highest hold on.
Level 2. Hit first by Perukia and Leave, though, and they immediately go for the jugular, forcing Gala to pop the ghost, but it does come at the cost of Perukia's flash.
Yeah, I like that move there from Perukia. Already, you know, expending summoners off of the Aphelios. We're expecting Leave and Perukia to hold on to Prio in this lane for, I would say, until Vampire gets a little bit tankier and is able to tank up some of that damage that the Ziggs will inevitably be dishing onto him. And this is really good for Xiaohao in particular. Wukong, we don't expect him to be super proactive in the first few minutes. We really want to wait until that Cyclone comes up as this champion. So that extra bit of Prio is going to give him the safety to not maybe get invaded by this high damage Kiana champion.
Now, as a jungler here, Quacks, you see both these guys pathing towards opposite sides of the map. Somebody like a Kiana, who is an assassin, wants to go for these invades, and maybe doesn't have the easiest setup across the lanes at this point. Do you have a lane that right now is like sticking out to you as this is where this assassin jungler wants to attack, or is it kind of just whichever opportunity kind of presents itself?
It's pretty difficult, but I would probably have to say mid lane. Like, in terms of mobility, it's very easy to land a water element on them and get that stun off. Talia doesn't have any innate innate mobility to be able to get out of a sticky situation if he mispositions. But speaking of sticky situations, Xiaohao has looped around the tri-bush and is looking for Gala.
So what this priority with the high range into the Ziggs is able to do. Gala forced off of this wave that is crashing. That's all that Xiaohao really wants to do. Doesn't necessarily need to go for a dive, risk a flip of some sort. Getting him off the wave is enough of an experience gap to create a positive situation for Edward Gaming.
And also, not only does it deny Gala from, you know, some camps or some creeps rather under his turret, but leave his teleport, right? Like, he's not going to be missing out on much in this lane. So any gap that you get in terms of gold and experience, that's going to be held onto pretty vicariously throughout this lane. Is hang on Vampire.
Gonna try to make him pay here. That's the stun onto Leaf. He is forced to flash away, and that could be a dangerous spot here for the EDG bot laner. Junja on the way, although he was spotted on a ward. So the Edward Gaming bot lane knows exactly what is going down, and Junja does not want to use his flash to try and chunk Leaf down.
Yeah, flash WE, maybe just a little too short there for Junjia, and also he would have had to give up his water element, so the stun would not have landed onto Leave the Q. Probably not enough damage to finish off the remaining health of that Ziggs. So doesn't opt to go for that. Does delay his clear just a little bit. You can see that Xiaohao has already finished up his top quadrant and is level 5. So it's just the Wukong getting closer and closer to that level 6. In fact, after he's done with this quadrant, and if he picks up the bot crab's Angel.
Oh my goodness. You can see the power here of our man. We got to come up with a nickname here. Honkyu is good, but man, the avian assassin on this Azir, I mean, he's doing wonders on this champion so far.
You know, especially if it goes late, you know, Tabe might give him some more bird champions. You know, bird is the word when it comes to Honkyu.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought I had something cooler, and then I straight up didn't. That's my bad. It's off season, guys.
We'll figure it out before the night's over, as We can see not a ton of action. Angel being able to maintain that flash in mid as well does give the Taliyah that extra little bit of safety, but now Xiaohao has finished up his bot side quadrant. I think that this crab will be enough to give the Wukong level 6, so that is the big spike for this champion where he can really start to make these proactive plays. Gala still has his summoners and is actually getting his ghost right off of cooldown about now, so it may be difficult to actually use that ultimate in the bot lane just with the amount of safety Vampire gives you as Alistar and the innate summoners being up for the Aphelios. Actually doesn't give him 6.
Not yet, and that means that potentially a little bit of an advantage here given towards EDG as they have started up this Hextech Dragon. Perukia going to spot out Vampire here, but looks like JDG want to go for the collapse. Weaver's Wall, though, immediately onto the Alistar. They're going to try to burst down this support who does not have that flash, as we've mentioned. Vampire using that headbutt to try and gain some distance, but it will not be enough. That is first blood picked up for the Wukong.
And I love that they actually gave it over to Xiaohao. He is able to now back, and I believe will be able to pick up a Phage, so this will give him a lot more combat power and survivability against the Qiyana. And Junjia is going to have a much rougher time in those 1v1s, especially when you add on the stone skin, that extra armor from the Wukong. Just makes him so damn durable against these really front-loaded AD champions like Junjia's Qiyana.
So a really good start here for Edward Gaming. They don't even care that they missed out on finishing off that dragon because it means that they got that kill. Junjia, though, pays back with a steal of the second spawn of Xiaohao's red buff. And so that'll be a small victory, but Xiaohao's still definitely in the advantage for now.
And now Junjia particularly having the supreme display of talent, and there are grubs coming up in about 20 seconds. This is what we talked about in the draft grapes, where both teams have so many champions that can leverage this buff and being able to get plates with that extra bonus of safety that their kits give them. And everyone is, you know, kind of gravitating toward that top side, really fighting for pressure and prio around this mid lane, but we have to be very careful, particularly as Vampire. I mean, if you overextend with a headbutt pulverize, then EDG can just find a way to collapse on you because you do not have flash.
Junjia snuck himself into a bush here, but Perukia is just going to use that crash down to spot him out as the grubs have already been started up by EDG. Quax, you talked about how important the grubs are for either of these teams, and the amount of pushing power that it provides. Specifically for Ziggs, that's already been propped pretty far ahead, 20 CS at this moment. These grubs are going to be really big for Edward Gaming as they've already gotten about an 800 gold lead.
And I feel like it's bigger for, you know, it's not even the big thing for Leave as well. I think Angel is mostly, we're expecting this Taliyah to match the Azir on side lanes, so he'll be able to pick up a little bit of extra gold along the way as well. It just gives you that advantage in certain roles while minimizing the impact of some of these late game strategies from things like the Azir to just split push and get closer and closer to that 3-item spike.
So far, things definitely rolling EDG's way. And again, you just think about the trajectory that each of these teams had at the end, after the end of last season. For Edward Gaming, they were eliminated by JDG in the lower bracket. Yeah. That is how their 2025 ended, in a heartbreaking 3-2 fashion. But they unrelented. They were not relenting. They ended up retaining 4/5 of their roster. The only change, of course, being Leave for on in that bottom lane. Where on JDG's side, despite them literally eliminating EDG, that was not enough for them, right? They wanted to go out and completely revamp the roster, as this was one that they thought had chances of going towards that international stage, end up losing to Invictus Gaming in the gauntlet. But it just goes to show the different paths and the different expectations that certain organizations have, and we'll see which one ends up paying off at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's like lore accurate Pyke. He wants revenge on his crew, but he was asleep for like 100 years. So naturally, all of the crew that betrayed him or took him down is dead. So maybe there's like one crew member, and that's Xiaoshu. They're like 102 years old. As Junjia is really going for a crazy play here. Blast cones over the wall, and now is looking for a 50-50.
Definitely has a lot of damage. With that Supreme Display of Talent available, he's actually going to use it into the Dragon Pit, but just yeet himself back out with that. So that's a flash burn for Junjia and a couple of ultimates, but it will be that first Dragon secured for EDG.
Yeah, EDG get the grubs, they get the Dragon. This is a really good start for them. so far. Just the fact that this comp, we're expecting it to really scale Xiao Hao, particularly on those 2 items. He's getting really close to completing that Triforce, and when he does, that'll be the other really big breakpoint for this champion. And then Angel and Leave, the torch is going to kind of go to them after the time of Wukong inevitably does sunset. After he gets 2 items, he gets a little bit weaker and is looked at as more of a setup champion. And JDG not really able to get anything on the map so far. The best thing that they have as of now, Grapes, are just a couple of plates into Gala's name. This Aphelios not necessarily falling super far behind compared to the Ziggs, but item-wise, Leave already does have that Ludens, so should be able to dish out a little bit more damage than the Aphelios, depending on the guns, of course.
See, it looks like we're going to see a play in the top side now. The Grim Deliverance does come through, and Junja... Or sorry, I should say Xiao Hao coming in with a Cyclone, and that's going to mean Xiaoshu goes it down up in the top lane. Nicely played by Edward Gaming to get themselves their 2nd kill.
Pretty costly kill. I mean, it costs you a couple of flashes and a few ultimates, so playmaking not really going to be available for EDG for the next couple of minutes. And now JDG, because of that really heavy index by EDG into the top side, they're looking for a cross-map play onto Angel. I like this a lot.
Certainly on a timer, Hongq waiting for that Unraveled Earth to come out, and Vampire actually going to be the one to eat it with that headbutt pull. Has the Unbreakable Will, and it will be enough to make sure that he survives through the barrage of turret shots that will come upon him. Angel goes down, JDG on the board with a bomb, barely not hitting Vampire.
Yeah, Vampire is just going to be doing some alcove gaming. Does manage to escape for now. Really good executed dive there by JDG, just acknowledging that EDG don't really have anyone to cover that play. So it is just a quick kill for them. I do like that Angel retains his flash, though. He understands that there is going to be a fight around this dragon in a little less than 3 minutes time. So he wants to make sure he has that available when it breaks out. As Perukia getting kicked out of Junjia's jungle by Junjia himself, but did get some deep vision. You can see that ward near the red buff is going to do a lot in being able to track where this Qiyana is going.
And that's the thing with JDG. Is their champions will continue to scale and scale and scale. We already see the Profane Hydra here for Junja, Nashor's for Hongq, who has worked himself up to about 1,000 gold just on his own, especially with that 1 kill that he was able to pick up. And Aphelios, I mean, we've all seen what late game Aphelios is able to offer here. So all of that said, JDG certainly, despite being down earlier on in the game, have an upward trajectory and are certainly feeling positive about the situation at this point.
And I think for Gala in particular, so far during this tournament, he's had, I would say, more good games than, meh games or bad games. But there have been some times, particularly, I think back to last time that he played the Aphelios, where, he'd get like 1 or 2 kills in a fight, but then he would inevitably die immediately after. We need to see Gala play with that next level of safety, because he really is going to be that consistent damage along with Hongq in a lot of these fights. Junjia is good for bursting and for setup, but as far as being able to play these extended trades goes, Gala is very, very valuable in that department, as Xiaoshu is getting just aggressed onto again by multiple members of EDG.
Well, if it worked once, might as well try it again. Maybe it's not actually the kill that they want, just the turret, and that is actually going to be the strategy. Leave with the satchel, able to take it down almost from 100% HP, and with the help of that satchel and the 3 grubs, they'll get Xiaoshu, they'll get the first turret, and they'll only lose the bot tier 1.
But all of those plates are being divvied up by the EDG members, so it's split amongst all of them. Meanwhile, Hongq gets the entire plate essentially to himself, so it's a lot of gold just going onto the Azir solely, and will just propel him forward going into these next fights. As that next fight surely around the corner, JDG, because they took that bot side turret, you can see we're able to establish a little bit more deep vision in the area and are able to walk into the river with a little bit more safety than EDG, who the map is pretty much dark for on this side of the map.
It would make sense now at this point for JDG. Maybe think about going for a fight on that Cloud Dragon that is about to spawn, and they are now even in gold, have some crucial items picked up. And I mean, this is here getting very, very scary. I mean, you mentioned that whole plate going, or that whole turret going over to Hongq, turret plates and all. Almost 2,000 ahead of Angel, who is not having a bad game really at all. we'll see if it ends up mattering here, as we will see a fight eventually, as EDG and JDG actually looks like their junglers are going to split their focus in terms of the objective game.
I like this a lot. I think that Herald really pairs well with the Ziggs. We saw how effective it was at just having the grubs. Now you have a whole crash down, which will, net you a turret outright. And there isn't a lot of stock in that first turret. I mean, you give over some stats with the Cloud, but overall it's not going to be the end of the world for EDG to surrender that. And especially because they already have the feats, there really isn't a reason to overforce for something that you don't have a ton of vision on.
And with that being said, just going to be that split. As we mentioned, Xiaohao picks up that Rift Herald, and it will be an even Dragon count 1-1. Both teams going to be okay with that, given how they think that they're going to scale pretty well. But I think both EDG and JDG have that belief. Rift Herald immediately getting popped in the mid lane, and with the help of Leave, that is the second tier 1 going down on Edward Gaming's side.
I'm actually surprised Leave didn't opt to drive that maybe toward the bot lane. Maybe he doesn't hit it, but he gets the Herald close enough to where if you ride that, you can satchel charge the bot side turret and take down all of these tier 1s. That would be absolutely huge for a game that has only been played for 17 minutes. All 3 towers around that timer would give you a lot more safety around these future dragons, which are now almost, besides the Otacon, the sole focused objective of both of these teams. We mentioned in the draft grapes how important scaling is, and being able to back it up with some dragons is always adding spice to your damage profile.
Yeah, having that Infernal going to be helpful in that regard for either of these sides as we approach the 17-minute mark of this game. And Perukia getting caught, potentially going for a ward kill. Going to cost him his life with the help of a really nice engage by Vampire. Utilizes a flash, but they're going to be happy with that as the kill goes their way.
Yeah, Junjia just hiding in fog at that little tiny corner of the Infernal Dragon pit. So does get the wraparound onto Perukia. Perukia also using Flash. So Flash Crash Down Magnet Storm going to be a little bit more difficult to execute around this next dragon in about 3 minutes, as well as the Otacon getting closer and closer, about 2.5 minutes, a little less so for that objective, which is spawning on the top side. That tier 1 obviously being taken by EDG earlier means that they can be a little bit more audacious around this part of the map and ward a little bit deeper into enemy territory.
And, I mean, the other thing here, Quacks, that kill went to Honkyu. He now is, again, 100% of the kills here, and 2 full items at the 18-minute mark. Again. Might be another one added to his pocket, although he is on the other side of the map. This is just JDG making another collapse onto Perukia, who has gotten caught out back-to-back times in the exact same position.
Yeah, Perukia, I mean, giving over some more gold to JDG, particularly that other kill going over to Gala. So you highlighted Honkyu with the 2 kills and now the 2 items on the Sazir, but Gala is getting closer and closer to his 2 items as well. Not to mention he has that, extra pot from when he hit level 6, so that plus 30 adaptive force is going to be really useful in these future fights. This Aphelios is certainly nothing to scoff at either. And just some mispositions by Perukia going to cost his team some valuable tempo around this topside objective, spawning in a little over a minute now, Grapes.
It's not the worst thing because, of course, that objective hasn't spawned yet, so just going to cost them a little bit of posture, and that can all be remedied by another play on EDG's side specifically. But just little things to keep an eye out. We are still in a preseason tournament, looking at what people and what teams can try to improve on and look towards as they begin their 2026 campaigns. Perukia, a very young support, right? Coming up through the academy system just last summer, playing his first split, looking good in Group Nirvana, but now as we go forward into this next year, stuff like that is going to have to eventually be fixed.
I like this timer getting onto ZDZ. The death timers are pretty long, and Junji is super fast. He can make it to the other side if they get this kill, but they have to do it quickly.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything quickly against Azehen, but they're trying their darndest. A lot of crowd control has been issued, and they will get the kill before his passive gets procced. ZDZ goes down, and Honkyu goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, good execution there by JDG. Now they're all going to reset and redeploy over toward that top side. But the big thing that I do want to highlight is ZDZ having teleport. So when he does respawn around the same timer as that Otacon, he will be capable of instantly joining onto the fight. But also Junjia using that supreme display of talent. So EDG, if they are able to retake control of this top side, Junji is not really going to be able to fight back with that ultimate, which is probably JDG's best weapon in these enclosed spaces. As I like that they're moving Leave up here. Ziggs is very difficult to actually siege against due to that minefield. If he is able to take control of an area, it's very hard to wrestle it away from him because of how much zoning that spell does.
Be very surprised to see just an immediate flip towards the Otacon as it spawns, as again, both these teams like where they are in the scaling department, but maybe if you're EDG, starting to feel not desperate, but a little bit anxious with a couple of these kills going JDG's way. You're seeing this Fed Azir. Maybe it is time to go for something like that. You can see they're really posturing for it. A lot of control in terms of the vision on the top side of the map has been the focus at this point for Edward Gaming. And as I say that here, Quacks, going to be starting it up at least in a temporary fashion.
We can see Vampire is using that teleport with the Unsealed Spellbook. So is Honkyu. They are all going to respond to this. This Otacon is super important for pushing these scaling members of both comps over the edge in terms of those breakpoints and in terms of power. The Dragon is also up, so if a team thinks that it is disadvantageous, they can always go for a cross map, but there's definitely one of these things is not like the other, Grapes. Second Dragon versus Otacon is like a coughing baby versus a hydrogen bomb situation.
Well, with that being said, it seems like neither side too keen on pulling the trigger of said hydrogen bomb, as EDG did peel off after burning Honkyu's teleport, but Honkyu's still is in the top side. ZDZ used a teleport of his own, but with Gala going back to base, Edward Gaming will start this one up again. Perukia has a control ward in that top lane brush, full control over that area of the map, as it looks like JDG are still waiting for their members to fully arrive. The Otacon is at 6,000 HP, ZDZ getting chased out here by Xiaoshu, and now JDG are in a position where they can go for a turn of their own. Redemption comes through from Perukia, but the health bars are now in a bit dangerous of a situation as JDG are going to get their opportunity to start the objective, but Perukia will immediately answer with an engage as the Otacon goes JDG's way, but they lose their mid laner in response, and ZDZ is jumping forward and forcing Junja to dash away. Grim Deliverance over the wall is not going to be enough to close the gap, but it will be Vampire dying on the other side. It's a double kill in for Leave as EDG get 2 kills, but the Otacon, the objective that Edward Gaming were after, goes the other way.
Yeah, they get enough members to where they could cross over toward the bot side, but they do lose the Otacon, and that does give more experience, more power into these scaling threats. Honkyu goes down, but he is still really close to those 3 items. We're going to have to see what Leave can do with that double kill that he picked up in that fight. Like you said, Grapes, is going on to a replay. I am really curious on when the snap engage here, how it was done here onto Honkyu. So yeah, they just flash, crash down Magnet Storm. There really is nothing that the Azir can do to get away from that CC train. And all of JDG, they're more concerned with, dealing with ZDZ on the bottom side of this Otacon pit and making sure that they zone him away from the objective and the rest of his team all at the same time, that they kind of forsake their mid laner, and Honkyu does go down, but still, I don't put a lot of stock in that death, to be honest with you, Grapes, just because this Azir is going to keep on flapping his wings, kind of like what Dory says, keep on swimming. I'm going to remedy and slightly alter that saying to say, just keep on flying.
Yeah, and Honkyu is certainly going to do that, especially with some of that extra experience that JDG picked up by taking that Otacon. It was a questionable decision for EDG to completely peel off once the objective was at 5,000 HP, especially while knowing JDG were more than happy to continue to start that objective. Gala with a ton of damage, able to burst that thing down. It cost them a couple of members a little bit of gold, but they're going to be happy with that objective going over, as it'll continue to help them scale.
Junjia just quickly yoinking that red buff away from Xiaohao. As looking at the map at the current moment, we do see that tier 1 in mid lane is still holding strong for EDG. They do run a bit of a risk every time they look for this deep vision into enemy territory on EDG's side of the map, just because they don't have full control at being able to push up that vision line with that tier 1 mid still standing. Meanwhile, EDG do kind of have that luxury, but now it's a little bit more difficult, right? I mean, you lose the Otacon, you put a lot of attention over toward that bot side immediately after the fight, that this top side was able to be regained in terms of control by JDG, and that's currently where a lot of the members are, though. If they move the fight toward the bot side, things maybe get a little bit more even.
See if that ends up happening, as JDG really are enjoying their opportunities of trying to flip for these buffs on EDG's side of the map. Looks like they're not going to be able to secure this blue as Xiaohao gets it into the brush. Really Nicely kited over there as JDG now instead focus their attention towards potentially mid-tier 1
picking
or
Baron.
the Baron that has just spawned. We're seeing a ton of blue pings towards it. JDG want to at least try to bait Edward Gaming into going for it.
I like this. Scala has red-white. He's got flash. He's got ghost. They have every resource up in their arsenal to be able to fight for this. And EDG are now forced to walk into this meat grinder of a comp.
Xiaoshu immediately going forward with that unstoppable launch slot as Perugia is still far away, but Hongq just gets caught out. It's Perugia that actually ends up getting the final blow of that kill. Vampire dies as well. How did Hongq die there? A brutal mistake by the JDG mid laner is going to allow for EDG to not actually go towards the Baron, but instead push down mid.
Yeah, EDG should be able to secure this tier 2 in mid, but now, I mean, the Baron buff is still kept alive on 3 members of JDG, so you're not really going to be able to push past that point. Overall, like you said, Grapes, it was a really good look there by Perugia to catch Hongq out mispositioned on the Azir, and it does give them a kill they probably should not have gotten, but the Baron is still there for JDG, and it's the same story twice where you do take some members away, but you lose the objective at the exact same time.
And not for EDG, though. I mean, they still don't have Hongq on the map, so they're able to get a ton of gold off of this play. Let's take another look at this replay and what exactly happened to Hongq in this fight.
Yeah, so, I mean, Xiaoshu is doing a really good job. It was the
shove
and the CC train with the Cyclone that just locked him up. So it was actually Angel that found that angle as Vampire.
Getting caught out potentially here. Still does not have that Unbreakable Will, but Junja goes in here with the supreme display of talent, forces EDZ to pop the ultimate early, but he's now stacked up and will be able to revive. But Gala gets the first kill onto the Rel, and EDG have gotten themselves a kill right back as Junja has fallen. EDZ eventually will drop as it is a double kill picked up for the Aphelios, and Xiaohao still on the run. He dashes forward, but it is to no avail. JDG get 3 kills right back.
And they still have Baron on Gala. They can retake control of this bot side, push in the waves, and really not have to worry about any kind of a cross-map play coming out here for EDG. The remaining members just have to, you know, kind of clean house because they lost 2 members. They can't look for anything aggressive, and this allows them, as JDG, off of those resets, to be a little bit more present around the Baron. They can set up in this area without the threat of ZDZ and Xiaohao joining up their teammates. As they finally do get that mid lane tier 1, this is what they really needed to be looking for over the past 7-ish minutes. They finally get it, and this might be the moment where they really accelerate this game. You've got 3 items on Azir, 3 items on the Aphelios. This is the time for you as JDG to make your move.
Vampire has always been a bold player, but this was certainly a bold decision even for him. Ends up working out, though. Junja is the only one that falls on his team side.
And I'm really interested on how this actually kind of fell apart. I mean, Angel and Leave just really have no way into this fight. Leave arrives really, really late. Angel just doesn't have the damage. Xiaoshu did a really good job at blocking up a lot of those rocks. And yeah, it just kind of feels like JDG have scaled up into a really strong position. As I heard you say, wait, what?
Look up.
Grapes?
Look
and I was wondering why. I think I know. JDG got the dragon.
We entered the replay with JDG walking over to the dragon like they were going to take it down. We leave with them not having any additional dragons, and instead the camera panned towards Leave with his ultimate on cooldown and now soul point for Edward Gaming. So that Mega Inferno Bomb ends up doing some work, securing the objective away. We'll wonder if we get a replay on how exactly that ended up going down, but that's a big swing in terms of the way that this game's going to finish up.
I mean, it keeps a win con alive for EDG. JDG are starting to outscale them, but if you can get this soul, it puts you in a position where you can start to contest JDG in some of these fights with that extra little bit of infernal power. Yeah, we are going to get a replay. So
no smite.
Yeah, you didn't have your jungler here. So the Omega Inferno Bomb, how much does it do? 27.
Enough.
442. HP remaining. Sweet spot on the Mega Inferno Bomb. Leave able to yoink that away and honestly keep EDG's chances at this game alive. I feel like if you didn't get that, the possibility of a soul win condition kind of dies there, and JDG can continue to run over this game with the item spikes getting progressively harder to deal with.
And Gala was walking away. It was like, hey, Hongq, you could finish this one up, right? Nope. Looks like not. As Leave ends up securing that one. Maybe if a couple more crits came through on the Aphelios side, that dragon could have been bursted down just a little bit quicker. Doesn't matter at this point, though, but it will in about 3 minutes when EDG will be fighting for that Infernal Soul point. 3 items completed for Gala, working towards the 4th. Same can be said towards Hongq. So JDG's carries are really up and online. But
Yeah.
Edward Gaming has kept themselves into this game, and it has been a great opening to what could be a thrilling best of 5.
And Honkyu now having the arm guard, so good luck catching him out of position now, Angel, as he actually weavers walls away out of fear of getting picked off by Honkyu. So that will be a summoner down for the time being, as we got a Baron coming up in about a minute, and normally I wouldn't be too concerned about a team ripping it right off of spawn grapes, but JDG did that last time, and it ended up working. So who's to say they won't try the same trick twice?
I mean, why not at this point? Just try to go flip for the objective. I mean, that's what the LPL is all about, right? It's just going for these big fights, finding these big moments. It looks like either of these teams searching, hunting for that opportunity. JDG having very good control, though, at this point over the top side of the map. Look at the vision that they have been able to generate around that area, and they've also cleared out any hope of EDG knowing what is going on inside of that pit.
And it feels like it's just because of the safety that they have. I mean, Junjia now has an Edge of Night, like Honkyu has that Seekers, like we said. Xiaoshu is just so unbelievably tanky, it's hard to catch him out. And Gala, I think, is doing a really good job at just not overexerting himself, letting his top side kind of, place down vision in this area, because he still does not have that flash up. It's, like I would say 15 seconds off of cooldown, but once he does, that's really when I expect JDG to look for these engages that they are posturing to do so.
Just completely out of position, gets hit up by the Supreme Display of Talents, going to have that Guardian Angel proc before his second issue of the Cyclone can even go through. He has to dash away as the Moonlight Vigil all the way from downtown is able to take Perukia out of the fight, and in goes Honkyu on the Azir, finds the shuffle, goes golden, and is able to get a triple kill into the hands of his AD carry. The revives are here on ZDZ's side, but it will not matter as he's forced to run the wrong way on the opposite side of the map. A quadra kill is in essence secured, but Gala will instead go to turn his sights towards the Zehen, who was able to take one back on the other side. Actually gets Vampire as well, but Gala will issue the killing blow. An unofficial quadra for the JDG ADC as they'll make their way towards the Baron Nashor with Zhao Hao still alive.
And this is why we highlighted the guy in the pre-show, Grapes. This man is so good at knowing when to pull the trigger, knowing when to get involved in the fight, and go all the way in those 5v5s. He picks his moment, he picks it well, and it pays off as JDG win out in the team fight, and they get the Baron on the 2 remaining members.
A lot of people to credit on JDG's side. You can credit Junja for starting the engage onto a out-of-position Zhao Hao. Honkyu with a crucial Shurima shuffle to get into the fight and take down some critical members, but Gala is the one who is the big beneficiary of it all. 7-0-2, but again, EDG have themselves soul point, and they could try to secure the soul with the dragon at now 3,000 HP and no jungler in sight for JDG. So Edward Gaming are able to get the soul, but will they be able to get out with their lives? We will see, as the Decimating Smash does get cancelled by the initial proc of the Cyclone, but it will cost Zhao Hao his life as Junja gets kill number 1 of the game for him. JDG get one kill, but EDG have a permanent buff in their hands for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Xiao Hao playing Sacrificial Lamb there allows the rest of EDG to exfiltrate the bot side river and get away to safety with their Infernal Soul, as JDG still only have the Baron buff onto 2 members, and that is on a timer. Those tier 2s are still standing, so with numbers advantage, this is really when JDG need to be looking to knock some of those down. You have such good tower dive potential with Honkyu, the safety of that Zanya's, and then Vampire having that Unbreakable Will just kind of chip away at these with the empowered Baron Cannon minions.
Still a minute and change on that buff as Honkyu is able to dash on out. That 4 items, 4th item completed with the Zanya is now in force, so he will be able to use that ability, that stasis, in every single team fight from here on out. We saw how impactful it was around that last engage. Not going to be too much focused down as JDG pushing on all 3 lanes right now, but we're going to get another replay of this fight. Zhao Hao gets caught out, and I want to credit Gala here a lot here, Quacks, but ZDZ saving what was otherwise going to be just a complete wipe of the fight because Gala ignores him on the backline.
Yeah, ZDZ, I mean, tried as hard as he could to really dish out this damage and to challenge Gala, but at the end, Honkyu gets into the backline, shoves Leave and Angel into a position where with the green gun, with that, what is it, the Calibrum, he's able to pick some of those guys off. And now, I mean, we talk about the 3-item spike for Aphelios being the big one, but it's not like it's going to get any better post 3 items, Grapes. It's just going to get progressively worse. And the safety that this comp provides Gala, he's practically full HP at the end of all of this. And it's just because JDG were so good at creating space for the Aphelios to play around with that he is essentially unbesmirched at the end of everything. And now, no objective coming up for a while does mean that we're going to enter a bit of a lull state, but we're getting closer and closer to like 40 minutes here, Grapes, which means anyone goes down, you're looking at like 50 to 60 second death timers. These deaths and these picks become really, really impactful. So I would like to see both teams vying for prio and using it to look for just these one-offs into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, any kill at this point not going to decide the game, as none of those big objectives, as you mentioned, are up, but could be a big tilt point in terms of how Vision is set up and how that eventual fight down the line will end up unfolding. We'll say, taking a look just across the map, looking at where the gold is currently allocated, it seems like it's going to be a difficult fight for EDG to win based on just how far ahead Honkyu and Gala currently are. Gala at full build with a Phantom Dancer, so he's going to be schmoovin' on these folks, and Honkyu, of course, very fed as well.
He also has the Guardian Angel, right? So even if you manage to get a pick onto him, if his team and Vampire and Honkyu specifically are able to kind of expel some of those EDG backline accessors from the fight, it gives the Aphelios a clean slate to kind of start over again and still be present in the fight, especially with just how much lifesteal this champion does innately have. It's very difficult to punish Gala at this point, but they're going to have to try. We've got Baron in a little less than 90 seconds, Elder in about 2 minutes. So if JDG or EDG don't pull the trigger on this objective at the top side right on spawn, it does mean that a possible trade is available for both of these teams. Instead of initially and immediately fighting for these objectives, they could just do kind of what they did earlier in the game, Grapes, and decide to handshake these powerful game-ending, game-warping objectives.
Don't know who exactly would benefit more from going for the Baron versus the Elder. I think we just stall the game out longer. Don't know necessarily if either side particularly wants that at this point in the game. Looking towards EDG, as they're the ones in a unique position where they have this permanent buff in the soul, but you take a look at the composition that they have. The downside of playing a champion like Ziggs is you don't have that late game AD carry that can dish out consistent DPS like Gala can at this point. Leave's certainly going to pack a punch, but I'm also looking towards players like ZDZ to have big impacts. We saw what he was able to do in the back half of the last big team fight that ended up breaking out. JDG are, in my opinion, going to have to focus as a hen to make sure he doesn't get that revive and make sure he is able to go down before that passive ends up getting procced.
Look at Junjia on the back. He's actually flanking right here. They're looking for something.
Oh, Leave use of the satchel, but it might put him out of position. In they go. Angel going to be the one targeted, but he goes golden at just the right time. Back in front of Barb. Does a lot to Chunk, and here goes ZDZ. He tries to jump in with the Grim Deliverance, but Honkyu says, not today, sir, and throws out the Emperor's Divide and forces the revive onto the Zehen. Instead, he'll get immediately knocked up. No, it gets canceled instead. The Moonlight Vigil does go wide. An opportunity has opened up for Edward Gaming, and it looks like Perukia has taken full advantage. A knockup does land as Xiaoshu is still very much alive. Gala has a Guardian Angel procced, and he will immediately go down to Leave, who hits a double kill. Gets a satchel on Honkyu as well. And Edward Gaming, out of nowhere, are able to win a full-on team fight. That's 4 down, and they'll march down the mid lane.
I mean, it's 50 seconds, right? The death timers, they're absolutely massive. Junjia, he's going to try and look for maybe a wraparound to assassinate Leave, but I don't think he knows he's there. He has to try and get back to base. He has to try and stall out this game, but I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it is going to make a difference. EDG find their moment. Honkyu disengages the fight, but it is Xiao Hao on the Wukong and ZDZ on his Zehen that re-engage and solidify their win here in Game 1.
You can take him down once, but you can't take him down twice. Spam those ZDDs, y'all, as he carried Edward Gaming to that game 1 victory. What a play from him on the Zehen, going straight forward. And no matter how much JDG were able to throw at him, time after time after time, he was unrelenting. Xiaohua was unrelenting. And you got to give credit to the entirety of the team. A beautifully executed final team fight by Edward Gaming to get themselves the first win of this best of 5.
And, you know, we were a little bit worried about the damage that Leave was going to be able to dish out here in this last team fight. We were saying Gala had all of these really big item break points, and he was really popping off now, especially when he had the GA, that extra little bit of safety for him to go crazy in these team fights. But the Mega Inferno Bomb, combined with the engage of the top side for EDG, just changed the whole trajectory of that fight. He sent all of JDG running for the hills, and luckily ZDZ and Xiaohua managed to clip their legs before they could get even a couple of steps toward their goals, as this was a crazy game to open up with Grapes. I mean, 40 minutes for game number 1. Is this, you know, what we have in store for potentially 5 or rather 4 more of these, my friend?
I mean, we anticipated this being close, and I'm so glad that we were right, at least after the end of this first game, because what a entertaining game of League of Legends that we were able to just watch in the offseason, by the way, of this quarterfinals of the Demacia Cup. I mean, we got really incredible plays on both sides, right? You have Vampire finding this engage here. Junja looks stellar basically all game long, but it was that last team fight that we are absolutely going to need to see a replay of. In fact, I'm going to hand it over to you to break it down as we eventually get there on the replay. That allowed for EDG to come out positive, winning the game after what looked like a pretty good engage on JD Gaming's side.
And honestly, it was like 10 minutes of just full control for JDG. Like they had, you know, after those 3 items got hit by Honkyu and Gala, it felt like they were in control of the game and they weren't going to let go of it. But, you know, things like the Mega Inferno Bomb from 400 HP did kind of turn this one around. I think that unironically kind of saved their game because it allowed them to get that soul win condition, which made a difference, particularly in this last team fight that, you know, I believe we're getting closer and closer to. If they didn't have that Infernal Soul, they wouldn't have had enough damage to win out on that fight. So thank you, Gala, or thank you, Leave, rather, for you know, pitching a home run with that one.
So here we go. This is the play. Angel able to pop his Zanyas at just the right moment, and you can see the damage that the bomb can do, and just watch ZZ in this fight as well.
Yeah, so ZDZ, I mean, he gets ejected out, and the big thing for Zehen is obviously, can you get that revive, right? Can you continue fighting on this champion? That's why you see Zehens, they never leave the fight. They always go further in to the mud, just because they want to try and keep going with it. But, you know, he and his full bar of HP, and just the fact that JDG are basically waiting to kill him out of passive, means that the rest of EDG are like, wait, hang on, these guys are standing still. They want to try and kill our top laner. Now's the time to go in. They all immediately back him up, and that's when they win the fight and Leave actually going to win player of the game. Honestly, Grapes, I don't say this very often from the cast that I've done on Demacia Cup, but you could make an argument for just about anyone, so I'm not too disappointed in this choice.
Yeah, I mean, he might not have had the biggest impact in certain team fights. Obviously, that last finish of Honkyu at the end of that fight was big for Edward Gaming's side. But Edward Gaming is never in that position if Leave is not stealing that 3rd dragon of the game with the Mega Inferno Bomb. So, makes sense to give him credit for that, as EDG push themselves up to 1-0 in this best of 5 against JD Gaming, looking to get revenge on this organization from what they did at the end of last season. But still a lot of League of Legends to come, but before we head on over to a short break, we got to thank all of you guys watching at home here on LPL English, especially to our coffee subscribers. If you want to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member, as it is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators like us. You can subscribe to our coffee. It is currently linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Thank you very much to all who have supported, whether it was through coffee or just by watching right here. And if you're watching here, don't go anywhere, because we will be right back with game number 2. Back here at the 2025 Demacia Cup, where Edward Gaming just pulled off a big come-from-behind win against JDG to take a 1-0 lead in a best-of-5 series. Winner again goes on to the semifinals of the preliminary tournament of the 2026 season. It's Grapes and Quacks with you here for coverage of game number 2. And Quacks, we thought that JDG was going to win that game basically for the last 10 minutes until EDG said otherwise in the mid lane.
I mean, you have a 3-item Azir who is accelerated, like, basically right from the get-go. You have Gala on the Aphelios, who is also getting plenty of resources as well. Like, you would look at any game situation and just assume that these late-game monsters would do late-game monster things and take home the win for game number 1. But ZDZ, I would say, combined with Xiaohao managing to find a really good engage timer to just get that one little crack in the armor that JDG showed for that last team fight, and they drove their sword right through it into a game 1 victory. So really exciting stuff for that first game. It was back and forth, and hopefully was just a little teaser trailer for what is to come in this best of 5.
And it goes back to some of the questions that people had about JD Gaming going into the knockout stage of this Demacia Cup. They, of course, were not perfect in terms of their series record like EDG was. They lost a few series, definitely lost their fair share of games, despite the amount of talent that we feel like is on this roster. And my eyes turn towards 2 players in terms of where EDG or where JDG are going to have to look for the rest of this series and for the rest of the season. The 2 big carries that were big up in gold in Gala and Honkyu both had themselves their fair share of mistakes. Honkyu was caught out a number of times. Gala decides to focus on, trying to finish off a kill on an enemy support instead of, ZDZ in the mid lane, who ends up getting a double kill and ends up becoming a big factor in that last team fight. Going away from the dragon, which allows for Leave to steal that away. I mean, these are very talented players, and we know that here in Gala and Honkyu. Both have had high levels of success, both at the domestic and international level. And they were up 3,000 to 4,000 gold in that specific game. But you can't do all of that and not do the little things that help you win games. And so that is where we're going to have to look at for JDG to close out the rest of this series.
Yeah, that absolutely. I feel like that Honkyu and Gala are the firepower of this squad. Junjia was on the Kiana, but I feel like he was more of the setup there for JDG to, with that supreme display of talent, give those openings over to the Azir, give it over to the Aphelios to really unleash. And so when you've got all of this gold, there really is nobody else that you can look toward other than yourself at some point. To all of you OP.GG solo queue copers who lose a game but see the purple tag of ace under your name, you still lost the game. You were just the guy who gave up the best opportunity to do so. Don't cope and say it's my team's fault at that point. Yeah, I'm looking at like maybe heat. Yeah, that's heat. But in all seriousness, kind of looking toward the future, I think that we are going to be seeing a similar run-back strategy for JDG to give Honkyu and Gala the ball, because that game 1 was really close. It was just like you said, those little things that ended up compounding and giving EDG the win when it came to crossing that finish line.
Knowing you, I know you've typed that to a number of people in League Chat or something after a game of League of Legends. I can tell already. I can envision it in my mind as we get ready for the draft.
I say it to me in the mirror sometimes, and like I feel like I should have won a game. I'm like, ace does not matter. Ace does not matter. Ace does not matter. And I have to. See,
I'm a true coper. I'll farm my aces, and that gives me the moral justification for my actions, I suppose. So. Perhaps I'm just not built the same as you as we look towards the pick phase here. Of course, we are in Fearless, and thinking about that, the fact that Galo's on the Aphelios, Xiaoshu on the Scion, Honkyu on the Azir, and they lost, certainly can be a bit of a wrench into the plans of JDG.
We're probably going to be looking at, some more mid lane jungle priority coming out here. I mean, Yunara is also available, so if you want to get some of those really strong B1 champions up and in your arms as soon as possible, that is certainly an alley that you can go down. Is JDG going to give Xiaoshu over the Rumble, so giving you some of that early game pressure and also already getting that magic damage user out of the way. So this signals to me that Honkyu is also likely going to go for something magic damage related, just because of how efficient going Bloodletters is on the champion. EDG on the other side, though, we mentioned the Yunara, and this is a character that is pretty good with Leave. I think that he has done a really good job at kind of tempering the weaker early game and not making a ton of mistakes on this character until you have those big item breakpoints. And on the other side, I think Perukia has done a really good job at protecting him and allowing him to bide his time until he inevitably unleashes onto the Rift.
Be able to do that this game on the Leona. Leave his 4th game of Yunara here in the Demacia Cup, so certainly something that he finds some comfort in his return to his former organization. Bot lane locked in already for Edward Gaming's side, but the response on JDG will be to lock in one of the most powerful junglers in the game, and something that Junja had a ton of success with back when he was on CFO.
Yeah, I mean, this just allows you to keep on fighting, right? The durability of Xin Zhao paired up with something like a Rakan who, you know, will give you shields, will give you heals, will give you time to get those abilities off of cooldown and just get multiple spell rotations off in a team fight, makes Junja really deadly in the mid to late game on this champion, where a lot of people associate Xin Zhao more so at his weakest. A lot of people assume that he is just kind of an early game champion that falls off of a cliff. Not when you have some utility in the support role that isn't just engage and crowd control. Rakan is able to offer a lot more than that, but still gives you that go button, which JDG desperately do need when you have things like a Rumble and a Xin Zhao. EDG going to be drafting their 2nd go button, though, Grapes in the top lane lock-in and matchup toward the Rumble.
Yeah, something that has a very easy engage for ZDZ. A champion that he had one of the more legendary moments of EDG's run in the Demacia Cup so far. From 0-6 to just absolutely 1v9ing a team fight in one of their series. Yeah, just a great play from him, and he's going to get his opportunity to try to match some of that here on this champ as we get into that 2nd pick ban phase. Still waiting here for mid laners to get locked in, as well as you know, some AD carries, and so that is what we're seeing the focus be thrown at towards Gala in the bottom lane.
And I do wonder what EDG are actually going to be going for in terms of mid laners here, just because I think that you have a lot of engage, and what character are you going to go to really capitalize off of that, right? You've got the stuns from Leona, you've got the public execution, and the pressure that Ambessa bides in every team fight, where the moment she publicly executes one target, she gets in the middle of a team fight, everybody on the enemy team just starts focusing Ambessa. Sometimes they succeed at killing her, sometimes they don't, but it does leave Angel with a lot of opportunity to free hit in these team fights. So Azir is taken away. I feel like he is the, you know, consistent DPS mid laner that is most in line with the meta right now. I could see an argument for something like a Syndra, especially with how heavy the engage is by particularly the Rakan and the Xin Zhao. And not to mention, JDG are probably going to put some more engage heavy champions with this comp that is very much setting up to be a front to back / dive sort of composition here.
Speaking of dive, got a Nocturne hover right now, and it's going to get locked in. It is one of Xiao Hao's most played champions, but normally paired alongside Angel's Orianna. We're not going to see that. Yeah. It was banned away in the first stage, so splitting up that duo, and now leaving us wondering even more what Angel is going to select.
I'm really curious what Gala's going to go here as well. I mean, I could see arguments for like a Kai'Sa. You know, Gala's Kai'Sa is like one of his most legendary champions. I think is probably the character that people most closely associate with the guy. Please lock it in. This would be such a treat and such a fun thing to see JDG try to rebound this series on, as they are, thank God, going to lock that one in now. The big question is, who will HoNQ go blind? I am not really sure I like a Victor, but I do have to acknowledge not a lot of punishment is going to come through from the Nocturne pre-6, so it does give you time to scale and get items. You're not really going to be able to punish this champion early unless Perukia is freed up in the lane.
Yeah, and as opposed to something like an Ahri that was being hovered by Vampire in this draft, the Victor gives you a little bit more of that defensive nature, right? Where it's not all going in now for JDG. They can play a little bit on both sides. They can go on the offensive, on the defensive, and try to soak up what EDG have to throw at them in as well. Angel's going to lock in the Akali, though. This, I feel like, is something I was maybe expecting to see from HoNQ in this series, but instead, we're going to get the veteran on his champion here. A lot of engage, as we were talking about, on EDG's side now.
Both of these teams, is just, they go forward, Grapes. So we're going to have, you know, like one team comp going like this far or like this fast, and the other one, it's going to be a head-on collision post 20 minutes constantly, similar to what it was in game number 1. But, you know, in the case of Angel going for that Akali, the game that I most fondly remember him on with going for this character was when he dropped a 19 kill absolute monster game on the Akali versus LNG in 2025, earlier, I believe, in Split 3. So the old man still has hands, Grapes. Do not let this man's experience fool you into thinking he cannot style on Honkyu if he misplays this matchup.
Definitely a good opportunity here for Angel to show his stuff. I feel like he's kind of been stuck on these middling-ish teams, and people forget that he was a player that made it all the way to the World Finals in 2020. He's been a part of successful organizations in the past, and just waiting for that opportunity to strike again. Maybe it is with EDG this time around on the Akali, but he'll have a good test against Honkyu. Ended up getting the better in terms of the game, but Honkyu certainly had his edge in the laning phase last time around. We'll see if that is the case again as we get ourselves set for Game 2.
And kind of looking at the runes here, I do want to point out Honkyu on the Victor going for the phase rush, Grapes. So this man is looking for quick little, you know, trade patterns onto the Akali, and then you leverage that range plus the movement speed of your Keystone to just get out and make it really difficult for Angel to trade back into you. So I do wonder if that is going to allow Honkyu with these small little granular poke combos onto the Akali to really whittle Angel down in the laning phase and maybe give priority over to Junjia on the Xin Zhao to maybe put a wrench in this Nocturne's plans, because like we said, it is about Xiaohao getting to level 6 and unlocking that paranoia. Before then, it's all in JDG's court to make proactive plays happen.
So as we get ready for this second game, JDG certainly feel like they think that they should be up 1-0 in the series at this point in time. But EDG was able to win that last fight, able to take the Nexus, and they're already on the aggressive. We were talking about heavy level 1 or heavy engage in the early game. We're getting an absolute statement here from Edward Gaming with a level 1 that forces 2 flashes.
Yeah, I mean, Gala not having that summoner spell means he is going to be significantly less able to trade in these 2v2s. That's not something you want to say against a champion like Yunara, who is historically on the weaker end, levels 1 through 3, as Junji is really risking it all. He does get it, though.
Smites it away and makes the invade obsolete here for Xiaohao. He's just now going to be very far behind in terms of his pacing as he burns a flash of his own, and Perukia uses his heal to get back to lane as soon as possible. So whole lot of engaging, a whole lot of shenanigans, ends up in a whole lot of nothing for EDG.
I mean, this is a huge tempo advantage for Junjia. Not only is the clear delayed for the Nocturne, but there's no flash onto Xiaohao either, which means that if you can look for an invade angle onto this Nocturne, the chances of you actually being able to transition that into a kill are really high. So I want to see Junjia in these next few minutes before that flash from Xiaohao comes back up, really looking for these avenues to invade, to leverage any prio he might get. And prio is already starting to generate here for JDG as Honkyu is leveraging that range, like we said, Grapes, and starting to push Angel under his tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the situation in a range versus melee matchup until Angel hits level 6, gets that perfect execution, and has a little bit of extra kill threat. Shroud's going to help a little bit, but in general, we're going to see Honkyu most likely dominate the early portions of this laning phase, much like he did on the Azir in game number 1. You talk about champion pools and how Tabe can try to unlock them here, Quacks, but JDG just lost the game with Honkyu on one of his signature champions. It definitely is going to make things a little bit more difficult as the rest of this game goes, rest of the series should go, I should say.
Yeah, as, you know, I'm not calling Honkyu one trick, but as a one trick myself, losing on your best champion never feels good. It's probably one of the most tilting feelings ever, as Perukia is looking for an aggressive angle onto the bot lane of JDG. I'm not expecting a lot of action to come here from Gala and Vampire, at least until that summoner is back up for the Kai'Sa, which leaves Leave with a lot of time to just free farm on this Yunara, get some gold under his belt, and get closer and closer to that mid to late game spike that this champion is infamous for.
And we see Junjia immediately after clearing up that topside scuttle, looking for a play towards Angel, who does have the flash. Looks like instead just going across map, make sure he can make his way over to the Raptors' second spawn as soon as possible. You can see the difference, though, in terms of what Xiaohao had to pay for not getting that final smite. He is so far behind in terms of his clear because of the wild, wacky directions he had to go to make sure he didn't get anything stolen away from him.
Yeah, not even level 4 at this point, and it's definitely going to sting if Junjia is able to just freely farm up in his own jungle, because that level discrepancy that is created by the junglers could be something that they try to exploit going into some of these neutral objectives. I don't expect Dragon to be started right off rip, just because Junjia really won't have prio in this bot lane for a very long time, so it will be difficult because Leave and Perukia will be freed up to move for that neutral objective. But I still think that there are chances for him to at least put pressure in the lanes at some point, particularly these solo lanes that have almost had pressure the entire time this game has been running.
Hex Slash for heal. I'll call that a successful trade here for EDG. Of course, they're feeling a little extra confident given that Xiao Hao is in the area, but with Vampire going for a failed engage, a little nice advantageous situation set up for the Edward Gaming bottom lane, who are going to continue to try to deliver here in this laning phase.
Junjia and Xiao Hao actually resetting with a tunnel. You can see the pings were coming down from the Xin Zhao to say, hey, maybe I can look onto these tier 2 Raptors, but he ends up thinking better of it, doesn't want to go for a fight, and, you know, why wouldn't you want to try and leverage the extra power of that control ward that you have over your counterpart, Grapes? That's what makes the difference.
It's a big gold advantage. You can see the 0.1. That is just astronomical, unable to come back from. Just press the FF button if you're Xiao Hao right now. One camp behind, how can win? That's how some of my solo queue teammates end up reacting sometimes, but ends up not being the case a lot of the time in the LPL. We obviously saw EDG do that just last game.
You could see Angel had to fight back the demons there to not click R. You could tell he's maybe posturing for an all-in onto Hongq, but decides better of it just because he's so darn low. And he also doesn't have teleport, so if he does end up channeling this recall, it'll set him just a little bit further behind this Victor as Perukia.
Yeah, going in here with the Zenith Blade, and Vampire is chunked about 300 HP. Perukia does not want to flash in underneath that tier 1 turret on his lonesome, so instead going to just be happy with the chunk and forcing the JDG bot lane to go for a reset.
Yeah, that reset, and now Angel getting back onto the map. Hongq as well, running out of mana, does free up this bot side to be temporarily controlled by EDG. I wonder if Xiao Hao is going to take this timer to maybe start up the Dragon. It looks like he is, and I like this. I think that you have this little bit of pocket where you have prio in this area and have to make use of it as Perukia. Heck, I thought that was his actual flash for a minute. That scared me.
I think it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
I wouldn't mind a replay.
We'll go back to the tape on that, but if
my eyes deceive me?
If it did result in that game taken, we'll call it a success because it is the first Dragon of the game secured here by EDG. Xiao Hao now also one camp away from that paranoia. That's when we'll start to see some plays really be made on their team side.
Junjia as well is maybe looking for something on the bot side. There are no wards actually in the area, so...
A couple lanes on to leave, but he's got both summoner spells, and Xiao Hao is in the area with the paranoia. Would be a little bit foolish for JDG to commit any further than what they did.
We could see that Xiao Hao is actually pathing toward the top side. You mentioned him unlocking that paranoia, and I think it would maybe be good to look onto this part of the map. Obviously, the Ambessa has the public execution as well, so you guarantee that lockdown and the ability to really get on top of this rumble. But yeah, there hasn't been a ton of action in that area yet, and I think if you're looking toward the mid to late game here as EDG, you got to get this Ambessa ahead. She's one of your primary engagers and will definitely soak up a lot of pressure if she is in the driver's seat. But so far, no proactive plays being made here by Xiao Hao. He's just continuing to clear his camps, and JDG are going to get a trade of objectives. It seems like EDG get the Dragon, JDG, they are the ones that will probably get the grubs.
There's maybe an opportunity for EDG to jump in there and get one, but with zero vision in the pit and also with Xiaoshu pushing into ZDZ for essentially the entirety of this laning phase, going to be very difficult for that to happen. The equalizer kind of adding to that inevitability. So there'll be some extra pushing power here on JDG's side for the remainder of the game.
Ooh, oh.
Maybe Xiao Hao, though, going to try to punish as he goes forward with the paranoia. Fear lands onto Xiaoshu. He pops the scrap shield to stay alive, and he does live long enough for potentially Junjia to make this a even fight. In goes Vampire with the quickness, charms up one, knocks up a second, as ZDZ will be in a whole lot of trouble with Junjia flashing over and making it a 2-for-1 for JDG.
Yeah, JDG, I mean, this is exactly what we said, right? Xiao Hao passed toward the top side, looks on to Xiaoshu, they get the kill onto him, but Vampire roams with Junjia, and they find some returns. and will be able to continue onto those grubs. So all three going to go the way of JDG, and Xiaoshu trying to get out of this. He does overheat, and I think maybe walks up a little too carelessly here. Just trying to get that last little bit of trading onto ZDZ so the wave will crash, but he overextends. Xiaohao is in the area, and honestly, I thought maybe there was a chance Rumble ends up getting out alive there, but this Xin Zhao is just still so far ahead in experience that he is able to... Honestly, I don't even know if he needed Vampire in the area. He probably had a pretty high chance of being able to 1v2 that, all things considered. Just goes to show how far ahead the jungler for JDG is in this game.
So he was able to get back to the scene of the crime, finish off that third grub, and you know, Quacks, it's been a while since he picked up that tunneler. He's going to have a lot of gold once he hits that B button, maybe even in the entirety of an item like a Sundered Sky. That will be a huge boost for what JDG are going to be able to do in this game.
Ooh, Honkyu does have the ultimate. You can see he's looking onto Angel, but I think he did spot out Xiaohao in the area. So he's not going to go for that trade, but Angel is just really taking a beating in this laning phase. I mean, you talk about that, you know, post-level 6 Akali being able to all in on the target, but Honkyu has just been such a good job at, you know, managing his spacing and being able to deny that all in. Now it might be done by Perukia, though.
Try something now. Nice dodge from Honkyu to get away from the stun. It might actually end up in him going, maybe having his mid laner go down in a trade, but Angel's able to get on out. The Arcane Storm does rain down onto the EDG jungle support duo, but Junja is not able to finish off a kill. So instead, just going to be EDG backing away with the dragon spawning in about 50 seconds.
Yeah, Honkyu having to use his flash there, but does have teleport, so we'll be able to get right back to the lane. I do wonder if EDG are going to try and contest for this future dragon. I don't think it's going to be very easy, though. You look at the lanes right now, and yeah, look at bot lane.
Go. Leave burns both of his summoner spells and still might end up paying. It's end up giving a one, and Gala's going to go down as well. Nicely done by Leave to generate enough distance between that Kaisa and himself to make sure that turret is able to finish off Gala. EDG even things up right back.
Yeah, Omega not worth it for JDG at that point, as Angel is now going in for the kill.
Ooh, Paranoia was issued, but maybe going a little bit too far forward is Xiaohao. The perfect execution does not connect onto Junja either. And so the former Oyster Boys are stuck underneath their tier 1 with the dragon up and available. But Xiaohao does not have his ultimate. There's a lot of key cooldowns down on EDG's side.
Yeah, I mean, we just use perfect execution. We just use paranoia. We don't have those Arkeys, like you said, Graves, and we kind of fooled around a little too long as EDG, and because of that, we don't get this dragon that was almost certainly something that belonged to us after this really well-played dive managed by Leave, as we are going to get a replay of it. So he goes over, I believe, the dragon, creates that space, and Gala does end up finishing off the kill, has to expend his flash to do so. But the key thing, Angel getting a little bit of gold, closing that gap between him and Honkyu that was generated by the lane dominance this Victor showed, does give Angel a potential window kind of back into this game, into relevancy, Grapes. And I am wondering if, you know, especially with that flash still being retained by Angel, we'll be able to see him capitalize off of that.
Dragon still is available, and now these ultimates are starting to come off of cooldown. Perhaps EDG are the ones feeling a little bit more confident to go for some sort of fight. The experimental hexblade completed already for Xiaohao. Maybe if Angel heads back and picks up a rocket belt, could be the signal for that objective to be started. But Junja might have other ideas. He's rotated around, has begun the objective, and it's going to be the rest of JDG to collapse upon it first.
I mean, Xiaohao is on the complete other side of the map. They're just too late. They don't have control over this pit. You can see they're trying to, you know, inch toward pressure. It's actually going to be enough that this dragon's going to reset, so Junja gets bullied off by Perukia, of all people, out of fear that Xiaohao is under his bed, but Xiaohao is in a completely different continent.
Well, now he's at least adjacent, bordering the Dragon Pit, as
He's going
Junja
through
will go
customs.
back to the scene of the crime, start this Dragon up. Zhao Shu is overheated, but now EDG could be looking for a fight. The Drake's already been secured by JD Gaming, but in goes Perukia looking for the engage, gets bursted down, but is going to survive a little bit longer before the rest of the assault begins. Leave transcends and is untouched on the back line for now, but Junja is still massive here in the front line and eviscerating Angel and the rest of EDG. He dashes into the bush, but he's not going to be able to get one back as Angel gets himself another kill. And at the end of the day, it is a 3-for-3 with the Dragon going JDG's way.
Yeah, and that Dragon is what is probably going to say, at least for me, that JDG win out on the fight. You can also see that Gala is able to push in that wave a little bit more. I'm surprised with the 3 grubs that he didn't opt to maybe go a little bit more aggressive onto the turret, possibly try and take that. There wasn't really a threat from EDG to stop him, but still, I think they set up the map nicely for themselves post-team fight, as we are going to get another look at that team fight. Perukia going in just a little too early, but, you know, all of the members of JDG are just stacked on top of each other, and Angel absolutely loves that. Leave absolutely loves that. The AoE comes through, but we haven't, as EDG, really hit these item spikes yet, so that last little tick of damage that could have really given EDG the advantage doesn't really exist, and so Grapes, I feel like if that team fight had existed maybe 5 minutes later, it would have been an EDG wipe. But unfortunately, they just don't have the damage to back up all of the AoE in their kits.
And so instead, we retain a relatively even game state, as now JDG able to pick up the Rift Herald as well off the back end of that play. And we await another close conclusion here in game number 2, Quacks. Exactly what we were expecting here into this series.
And I absolutely love it, you know, when the expectation of a series is that it's going to be a banger, and then it actually ends up being a banger. That is just the best feeling ever. Certainly better to the contrary, which is a super hype series, and then it ends up under-delivering.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the absolute worst feelings.
I feel like we knew going in, though. Once the bracket was drawn, these two teams are going to be throwing haymakers at each other. Again, I think we mentioned this at the top of the show, but just you know, for EDG, it's the entirety of Stage 2. But for JDG, the way they closed out their round-robin stage by beating a team like BLG, beating a team like OMG in the way that they did, I think left a lot of people confident about what they could end up doing. And sure, there have been mistakes, but I think we're feeling confident about either of these teams' prospects if they are to advance past each other as we look towards the top lane. And Angel gets himself a solo kill.
Yeah, this Angel, he's got hands, you know. He may be a little bit on the older side, but don't let that fool you. This man gets a solo kill onto the top lane, and now, you know, JDG, we can see some resets being channeled, trying to fix the top lane wave state. Because of that solo kill, they kind of have to thin themselves out to make ends meet. And this will maybe put a opportunity for EDG to leverage some more pressure, particularly on this bot side. You can see that ZDZ kind of now has the lane to himself as this Ambessa. And this will be really important. That Dragon coming up in a little over a minute could be the tipping point for these teams to really get control of the soul stacking.
We'll see who exactly wants to start posturing around that first. Right now, EDG controlling that bot side river, but still a lot of time until that objective ends up coming onto the map. Angel, though, 3-0 on the Akali. We remember just 10 minutes ago how behind he was.
Yeah, what a
lane.
turnaround.
Now he's really starting to come online, and the rest of his team suddenly looking for a play on the opposite side of the map, while now Angel could be the one collapsed upon up top. Let's take a look at the bot lane first, as Xiao Hao's gone in with the Paranoia and has feared Zhao Shu up. No flash available for him, so that should be an easy kill onto the JDG top laner. And meanwhile, Angel able to get out unscathed, not even having to burn that perfect execution. It's going to cost a top lane tier 1 turret, but ZDZ is going to be able to answer it on the bottom side.
Hey, 3-dash diff. EDG are able to make the cross-map play onto the immobile rumble, and I mean, Xiaoshu just can't catch a break in these past couple of minutes. You know, we were kind of ripping on Perukia in game number 1 for being caught out like twice in the span of 90 seconds. Xiaoshu just died twice in the span of 90 seconds, and now it's going to be a little bit more costly than those Perukia deaths in game number 1, as a Dragon is up in a little over 10 seconds. EDG have pretty decent control over the spot side. You can see there are a lot of deep wards around this pit, so that information is going to be given over to them. And that's really important. Angel has teleport. If this Akali can look for some kind of a flank TP onto the backline of JDG, it's going to set him up really nicely to constrict what they can actually do in these fights. But they may have actually been a bit too late. JDG are just onto the dragon with no contest, curiously enough, Grapes.
Zhao's not even in paranoia range, and even if he was, the rest of his team isn't even there. Leave is in the mid lane. Angel's in the top side. Does have the teleport available, but just never wanted to use it. So JDG going to feel comfortable taking that second dragon, and EDG happy enough that they got another kill onto Zhao Shu and getting Zhao Hao just a little bit more fed.
But EDG not really getting anything back. Usually you give up those dragons, you look for a cross-map play, but Angel is splitting on the top side, but he doesn't have the grubs, and even if he did, there's a teleport for Hongq. They're not even sending Hongq, they're sending Gala, so they'll be able to cover these pushing lanes that EDG are trying to get on the other side, and it just kind of feels like JDG getting a dragon for free, allowing to stack those souls for free, and now redeploying onto this top side where the Otacon has officially spawned.
Just, I mean, not to get too ahead of ourselves, hold on, gotta pause for a second as EDZ goes for an ultimate, forces Zhao Shu to flash away. Cloud Soul on JDG would be insane if you look at the champions that they have currently in their possession, so it would be very good for them to start that stacking right now.
Certainly would. EDG as well. You know, the Cloud Dragon, particularly for this top side, is going to do a lot as Junji is just walking into 2.
Yeah, he seems to enjoy doing that. Look at the equalizer burn as well. Perfectly placed by Zhao Shu, forcing a redemption to be issued by Perukia. And now Zhao Hao's still going to have to head back to base. He used his ultimate. He's going to be chunked out. That is JDG getting a free start of this Otacon.
Yeah, Xiao Hao can't reset. He has to try and steal this Otacon. He has to follow his team into an engage. But the paranoia is usually how you try to start up these fights. I'm looking at ZDZ to try and be that go button. Perukia to be that go button. But JDG are smartly just kind of stalling out this fight and not fully committing onto the Otacon. It is a war of attrition, as it always is with this objective, Grapes.
They got to teleport out of ZDZ. They're going to call that a win. Head back. Not trying to flip things like they perhaps did in game number 1. Or I guess EDG were the ones to flip that objective last time around. But regardless, take a look at the gold. You take a look at where things are at. And it is just 200 big bucks that are separating these two teams at the moment.
Yeah.
It's going to mean we're in here for the long haul again.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a 21-minute game, but honestly feels like we've maybe been here for 5 minutes longer than the timer actually suggests, Grapes. It's walking on a tightrope for both of these squads right now, and now they're going to take that one extra step, that being the Otacon, but neither one of these teams is willing to fully commit to it. We can see that they're just kind of dancing around the area. And, you know, Grapes, before we inevitably do start on this objective, where do you stand on, like, the meter of excited, not excited for Otacon's eventual downfall in the game going into 2026? Are you an Otacon lover? Are you an Otacon hater? You don't really care?
I'm glad I'll get to mauled less over moments like this where teams are just sitting around waiting for the other one to start the objective. But I do miss the inevitable crazy team fight that's going to happen at the 20-minute mark. So bit of it is ups and downs. Hopefully we see a bit of a return for something like that in the near future. But again, it's our last hurrah for Otacon for the winter map and for the 2025 year as a whole. Looks like these teams are going to go out swinging as we get a big engage onto Zhao Shu, who is overheated and taken out. Leave is the one to land the final kill, and Perukia is going in to try to continue the engage, but knockup lands onto Angel. He uses the Shroud to get himself out alive, and Leave has now been transcended and issuing a bunch of empowered auto attacks onto the JDG side. It is a 4 versus 5 in favor of EDG, but the health bars are not necessarily favorable as they have the Otacon at 10,000 HP and Junja still with his smite.
And how do you engage this fight as JDG? I mean, Vampire doesn't have ult. You don't really have a go button. You just kind of have to walk at them. But EDG have the poke.
Here goes the public execution. ZDZ pulls the trigger. It takes 2 with him. But it's going to be the drag of the Otacon secured by Edward Gaming and Zhao Hao. Leave still has that lethal tempo proc. But Gala uses the killer instinct in the backline to assassinate Perukia. But it's going to be one traded back as the teleport comes in. Zhao Shu wants blood, wants revenge for getting taken down earlier at that team fight. And Zhao Hao will end up falling.
And it is Junjia and it is Gala going forward on the fight. EDG thought they had an angle. ZDZ, he public executions in, but JDG fight back, and now Xiao Shu is looking on to leave.
Oh, he's overheated. He's angry, but he will not be able to finish off the kill on to leave. As it looks like the Yunara will be able to escape with his life, but these fights, Quacks, are on a knife's edge as we get another look.
They absolutely are. I mean, Xiaoshu just overextending way too far here. He knew that his team wasn't behind him, and EDG as well were trying to chase onto Angel, so they had enough information to know that numbers advantage was present. And then the rest of this fight kind of goes on. It was kind of the blinking health bars, like you said, as they re-engage onto the Otacon. But I want to pay attention to what ZDZ does here, because you would think EDG should just clean house with this fight. But unfortunately, the moment he gets out of public execution, he goes down. Angel goes too far up. I think it was a split decision. Half of EDG go in, the other half try to finish off Otacon. And what results is JDG getting at least something back in return. Not to mention, we go back to live. Dragon is now up, and JDG, with the faster respawns and being quicker onto the map, do have control of this bot side river.
EDG got the Otacon. They got not a ton of Blood Roses, though, with that buff. And so we'll see if JDG are going to be able to just take advantage of the extra gold they got on the back end of that play. With this Dragon getting started off by Edward Gaming. Xiaohao in the area, but not actively hitting that Dragon. Has the Paranoia, but JDG have control over this brush on the bottom side of the mid lane. And they've caught out Angel and forced him to use the Hurricane flip back. ZDZ's on a flank himself.
He's going in.
But now in goes Angel, trying to assassinate Gala. He's in the Shroud, so he's able to live for a little bit longer, but he will get immediately followed and taken down by the wind becomes lightning as Junja issues the first casualty in the fight, and Xiaohao goes way too far forward, and Gala will live through it all. Equalizer separates the bottom lane of EDG, and ZDZ will be the next target. Solar Flare buying some time, but not enough here for the Mbessa, as Honku will get himself on the board as well. It's a 3-0 on JDG side as Gala survives a boatload of assassination attempts that were thrown his way.
And Gala just scoffing, you know, kind of brushing off the dust on his shoulder after so many tries from EDG to get onto the back line. He, like you said, manages to live, and he styles on his legendary Kaisa pick. Now we're going to get a replay. Angel goes in. He had vision of Xiaoshu. I think he just felt like he had more damage than he actually did. And then, you know, obviously Junjia pursues that kill. It opens up Xiaohao to go in, but Killer Instinct is absolutely perfect and just baits the members of EDG to go further and further into JDG's territory, where they inevitably get cut down. It's 3 lost and a Dragon, which puts JDG on soul point.
I mean, when you think of Kaisa, you think of one player, and that player's name is Gala, and we see that reason every single time he locks this champion in.
Every time.
And goes on to the Rift in an LPL match. I mean, this guy, unmatched on a champion like this, has the Phantom Dancer for a little extra movement speed now, the Empowered Berserker Greaves. This guy is going to be schmovin' here the rest of the way, especially with those 2 Cloud Drakes in hand.
Where are you going, Gromp? He's going the long way for a second. He was looking for, you know, the long way around. It's kind of like, you know, when you are going around your car, Grapes, and then you have to go around the back end to get to the passenger seat instead of going through the front. Like, it's really, really convenient.
It's a lot longer than you think. Yeah.
Yep. The jungle pathing is 0 out of 10. The car
also,
pathing
we missed
is 0
this
out of 10.
in the picture-in-picture, but JDG in that replay won the fight, got the Dragon, and got the Baron. So they're pushing now in multiple lanes. ZDZ's got a little bit of a wave crashing in the top side, but not going to nearly match up to everything that JDG's been able to get here.
And it really doesn't matter because Xiaoshu is going to clear that out, and he has teleport. So even if EDG were going to make the call to say, hey, Rumble is on the top side, we can look for an engage with, you know, potential numbers now that ZDZ is actually resetting and redeploying along with his team to defend his base. I don't think it's going to matter. So this is really limiting EDG's options at this point in time, where you have Baron on JDG, you've got Soul Point, so you're on a timer. And it feels like some of your champions really haven't scaled, and or their time in the sun has come to an end. It feels like Angel was a huge mid-game threat, but has struggled in these past couple of fights, Grapes, to find a proper target to assassinate.
And again, I think you mentioned it, Quacks. Not all of EDG seem to be on the same page here in this game. We think about the last fight of game number 1. everybody knew exactly what the game plan was, and they were able to use that to win that final team fight. They're going to have to find a little bit of that magic, try to issue some sort of comeback, but it's going to be much more difficult than it was in Game 1, as they're now staring down a deficit of over 7K.
And particularly, I'm looking at Leave to kind of be that difference maker. You're now 3 items on the Yunara, but it's a similar story to what we were talking about Angel, right? Like, who do you target in a lot of these team fights, especially now that some of the squishier members of JDG have gotten a bit tankier? Hongq has that Seeker's arm guard combined with the Roa, so he's really, really tanky, and Vampire is just in the bush. Angel might just be caught.
Angel thought he had vision here in that bush, but instead it's going to cost him an arm, a leg, and maybe even his ultimate here as Gala dashes forward with the Killer Instinct. Nicely done by Angel to get out of harm's way. But that's going to be a costly set of cooldowns with the Dragon Soul approaching here for JD Gaming.
And EDG, I feel like they are kind of obligated to go for a fight here. You talked about a little bit ago, Grapes, the deadliness of this JDG comp having access to Cloud, the amount of mobility that some of these members have is just combine that with a Cloud. And like you said, they're going to be schmoovin ×2 at this point in time. So it's a tough illustration here for EDG to come back, honestly.
A lot harder than potentially it was in Game 1. Eyes turned towards Leave, though. He's been able to keep up in terms of farm in this game. We have not seen that wow moment from him just yet in this series, but this could be an opportunity for him to do so. Trying to turn around one of this game. But it looks like Perukia is actually going to be the one to pull the trigger first, as he immediately goes in with the flash, but he will go down to the likes of Gala, and Xiao Hao will be next. It's a double kill for Gala, and they're looking for the whole rest of the pie. There's a double off of the equalizer on its own, and it's a 5-0 ace. A triple kill in for Gala's Kaisa, and that will be JDG marching into the bottom lane and evening our series up at 1.
3 for Gala, 2 for Xiaoshu, and 1 for JDG. Ladies and gentlemen, Grapes said it. We have a series here in the Demacia Cup. JDG, the team that so many were excited to see on paper rise to the occasion and who are so looking forward to their 2026 season, rebounding after a rough start to now take EDG to Game 3, tied 1-1 apiece.
Hey, they couldn't finish off Game number 1 despite having that big lead, so they were able to do it this time. They made sure of it with a dominant 5-0 team fight. I mean, it just resulted in a little bit in Perukia getting caught out of position there, and after that happens, with the lead that JDG had, they were unable to, you know, they were so far ahead that it was nearly impossible to throw a lead of that caliber. And so nicely done all across the board. JDG evening up our series, and you got to give big credit to Gala on the Kaisa, but really everybody here on JDG was able to contribute in a big way.
And honestly, for the case of EDG, it just kind of felt like none of your carries kind of were able to, you know, leave the ground when they were supposed to. I'm particularly looking at Angel. Like, you give the early kill over to the Akali, but you weren't really able to free him up from the tyranny that Hongq was putting him through for like the first 7 to 10 minutes of the game, because you're going for things like the Nocturne, who don't really have a lot of agency pre-6 and who aren't really able to alleviate the stress of that 1v1 matchup for your mid laner. And then also Perukia maybe looked at to be the guy helping out Angel. He wasn't able to leave the lane. It was constantly difficult, especially after Gala got that flash back up from the initial level 1 play, for you as the Leona to, you know, abandon your AD carry, who is very vulnerable to getting dove under their own turret, to look for escapades into the mid lane. So it never just kind of felt like EDG were able to get their win conditions online, give them the proper gold in order to come back in this game. Combine that with JDG's innate scaling, and it just felt like a disaster for EDG going into the later stages.
I love this style here from JDG. I feel like for Junja and Hongq, these are two guys that like playing aggressive, and I think specifically for Junja, right? Finding invades, looking for aggressive plays, and we really saw that exemplified here on his Xin Zhao. Obviously, Hongq on a Victor, you do your best in terms of looking for aggression, and he definitely had a really good start to the game just in terms of his aggressive trades in the laning phase, but with Junja on Xin Zhao and specifically Gala here as well, being able to follow up on those levels of engages, this is the kind of style of gameplay I want to see from JDG here in 2026.
It's the style of gameplay everyone wants to see from JDG in 2026. I mean, everyone kind of has an idea of most of these players and how they associate their styles, particularly from 2025. Everyone knows how Gala is a super hyper-kinetic AD carry player, how Hongq and Junjia worked together to make some of those crazy runs on CFO in the 2025 season. And they want to see that going forward, pushed even to greater heights with coaches like Tabe and the staff from JDG, getting them to those new summits. And it seems like they are starting to rebound a little bit, Grapes, with a rough start. First couple of weeks in Phase 2 now, starting to punch toward EDG, who were 4-0 in their own group. And this series just keeps on getting spicier with every passing game.
Yeah, it was not the back and forth game, but we saw a very clean game as well from JDG, and I feel like that is potentially just as exciting as that 40-minute back and forth that we had in game number 1. So different sides of the coin, but still an entertaining series nonetheless, as JD Gaming are able to even up our series and turn a best of 5 into a best of 3. When we return, we'll have that game 3 draft and see if EDG are going to be able to punch back. Don't go anywhere. Spot in the Demacia Cup semifinals awaits the winner of this best-of-5 series, and both Edward Gaming and JDG surely are aware of that, blowing back and forth between each other. It's been a crazy set of games so far, and both teams are set at 1 game apiece. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Quacks as we go forward into game number 3 of this best-of-5 series. Quick reminder, if we go to game 5, we're going to see some blind picks, so that is always something to look forward to. But Quacks, we saw a JDG in game number 2 that we certainly did not see in game number 1 in terms of the level of execution that they were able to provide.
Yeah, particularly from Hongq and Gala after the end of game number 1. We said when the ball is in your court, when you're the ones getting the resources, you got to be the ones putting your team over the finish line. And it certainly felt like Gala in particular got the memo on his Kai'Sa in game number 2. One of the most legendary players with his most legendary pick, arguably, being able to pop off and show everybody why he is a household name on the Kai'Sa. So really liked to see that. And you know, Grapes, I'm a big fan of Fearless, love it. This is like one situation where I wish we could see more Gala Kai'Sa, but unfortunately, not gonna be able to do so. Well, actually, if it does go 5, you're right, we could
think about all of the fun picks that we could see once again if we get to the blind pick.
Yup.
Hongq on the Azir, Gala on the Kai'Sa. You look at the other side here for Edward Gaming. You got the Taliyah for Angel, which has been so good. ZDZ on one of the many champions like the Zehen or the Cassante or something like that. That's the joy here of this blind pick if we eventually get there, but still a while to go. Of course, one of these teams is going to have to claim that match point first, and that's what game number 3's draft here is for. If you're Edward Gaming, you pick up this composition with Angel on the Akali, gets ahead, doesn't really find a ton of leverage there. What exactly is the game plan here in terms of the pick ban? Are you trying to... I feel like if you're EDG, you kind of have to shift what your approach was in terms of play style, in terms of composition, as you had in game number 2.
I mean, one of our biggest concerns going into this series, Scrapes, was the strategies for EDG being able to kind of flex outside of what we've seen from them so far in the best of 3s. Now you're in best of 5 territory, and we know that, you know, this series is at least going to go to game number 4, if not higher. So what are we going to be seeing from EDG going forward, I think, is a question on everyone's mind. And honestly, I wouldn't mind, you know, putting some more eggs into the ZDZ basket. I think that Angel and ZDZ have been the big standouts for Edward Gaming throughout the Demacia Cup. Leave has, you know, gotten a lot of really nice games. He has been really, really proficient, particularly with Perukia, but he's also been prone to getting caught out in the mid game. He has not been mistake-free throughout the course of this tournament, and I feel like ZDZ and Angel have been much cleaner, so I definitely wouldn't mind giving the ball over to the soul laners. We did see Angel on that Akali, like you said, had a couple of really nice moments with it, but I think just because of the lack of early game attention being paid by Xiaohao toward that 1v1 matchup, he wasn't quite able to get those items necessary to really threaten the backline of JDG. So if we can see a bit more proactiveness from this top side to get into the game and kind of hit the ground running, I think we are going to be seeing EDG be a lot more competitive here in game 3.
The question is, what champions is somebody like ZDZ going to turn towards now that, you know, we're in Fearless, and so some of the guys that he's played a lot of, like the Mbessa and the Zehen, now off the board, and not a lot of the rest of the stuff in his pool, he's been shown to be able to, like you know, 1v9 on. I think Cassante is certainly up there as something that he has a good opportunity to do so, but that's more of, you know, a supportive champion, not something that can necessarily, you know, 1v9 a game. So we'll see if that ends up being their approach. That's one of the interesting things here about Fearless, or, you know, maybe we'll see him try something completely new.
I mean, one champion that ZDZ was pretty fond of over the course of 2025 has dropped off in favor, at least in top lane. We've seen it in jungle, has been the Aatrox. So I wonder if maybe we're going to see ZDZ go back to that a little bit, because I thought that was one of his better champions over the course of this year. As we have finished up the bans, Jace and Malphite still going to be on lock, and EDG on blue side does mean they get first pick, and they're just going to immediately snag up a pick for Leave. This is one of the best blind ADCs still left on the table. Gives you a lot of flexibility, particularly for Perukia, on whether or not he wants to really index into the 2v2 power that Varus can bring, or if he wants to kind of leave Varus on an island and play more toward his top side.
And Varus was banned against Leave in both games when JDG was on blue side. It looks like they had to kind of shift some of those priorities around with them going over to red, specifically that Orianna that they do not want Angel to get his hands on, or really either of these mid laners to get their hands on. And so now it will be Leave getting a champion that he certainly has a lot of experience on and can do a lot kind of without Perukia as well, maybe opening him up to go for things that can roam around the map a little bit more. Speaking of, Gala going to get his hands on the Jhin to match into that, so I think we're going to see some Roman supports here in this game 3 here, Quack.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we're setting up for 2v2 action to be the main focus of the early minutes and early phase of game 3 here, Grapes. I think that it is absolutely going to be more attention paid toward this top side, which is what we said we wanted to see from EDG, so I am happy that they are willing to pivot in that direction. But JDG going for that Cassante does close off another avenue of ZDZ's champion pool, so just constricting what he can go in that top lane. And they are actually going to save top lane for phase 2, which does give JDG the opportunity to take some of the Cassante counters away in the second phase of bans.
It's definitely something that ZDZ would have loved to have, but maybe opening him up for a little bit more of a carry of opportunity in the top side of the map. Will EDG just finish off their bot lane here? That is going to be what they end up doing. Xiao Hao on the Jarvan provides an easy go button against an immobile ADC like the Jhin. And so overall feeling pretty confident about both what they're able to accomplish in terms of engage and also very solid early game that has been set up with this jungle support duo.
And I do think we'll probably just see the, I was going to say support locked in here, but we're actually seeing a Zyra hover here against the Jarvan. I feel like the one time we did see Zyra, it really didn't work out well. I believe that was played by Hung in earlier series here in Demacia Cup. So I think this is a much safer option for JDG. You're denying the engage from Xiao Hao. You're making it more difficult for Angel to be a nuisance in a lot of these fights. That wall slam is a huge counter to the Nautilus. But Grapes, we're lacking for damage. So these last couple of picks, we got to see some firepower on the belts of the JDG members, because as it stands, you've got a lot of CC and a lot of stability, but you don't have, you know, you don't have any really big buttons to press that'll really delete some of these champions on the side of EDG.
Especially with, you know, some pretty beefy frontline members with a Jarvan and a Nautilus already locked in for them. A lot of pressure going to be going towards the young mid laner of JD Gaming, who did win that last player of the game. That is Hongq, the player you see on your screen with a very cute cat as his background. So what exactly will he turn to? We will have to, of course, wait and see.
I have an early shout. I think Swain is kind of Exodius.
Oh, actually, you're kind. Yeah, no, that's a great option. 2 melees so
far. They are
far.
banning the bird is the word. Bird is the word. That is what Hongq or Hongq. We do need to continue workshopping that name, by the way. I know we can do better, Grapes.
Yeah. Well, if anyone has suggestions in the chat or on Twitter, you can
please drop them
us as well. But we will continue to think about them, especially if another bird champion like the Swain is locked in. Seems like mid lane is certainly the focus here. I was going to suggest the Rise for somebody like Angel as well, as it would provide a fair amount of consistent DPS, but that will, of course, no longer be on the table.
And now I am curious what JDG are actually going to do here on 4. I would imagine they save counter pick for mid, but then they run the risk of EDG maybe anticipating that something like the Swain or something that's really good at being engaged into is just going to be played by him, and trying to circumvent that matchup-wise. Is Aurora going to be the final ban? And that's not real. I wish it was, but it's not. Aurelia, I can't remember the last time I saw Aurelia in any competitive game ever, Grapes.
Especially blind into the mid lane would certainly be a very risky situation to set yourself up into. But imagine a jungler gets locked in here, and it looks like that is what we will get with the Pantheon. Saving that final pick for Hongq. It does confirm that Vampire will be navigating the Poppy like we potentially suspected, and give us now EDG's opportunity to pick solo lanes to wrap up their composition for Game 3.
If they pick a heavy engage AD carry here, I mean, it just makes the Swain even more juicy of a pick. I actually do like the Misfortune. It does pair really well with the Jarvan. Obviously, you have that Cataclysm plus the bullet time. It's a combo as old as time. and is one that always seems to be pretty efficient. But
nice.
EDG are going to go for the Mel now, Grapes. I feel like the Swain is potentially less enticing because you're just going to get bullied out of the laning phase relentlessly by the range that this champion can leverage against you. And the last lock-in going to be the Udyr over to ZDZ. Maybe he watched some Sasa VODs and picked up some knowledge on this character, but probably just setting up for a really boring laning phase, at least in top lane, which is interesting because we said that it was going to be the bot lane that was going to be a boring matchup.
It feels like, yeah, we haven't seen many people pilot this Udyr other than Sasa, so ZDZ going to get his hands on it this time around. It will be an Aurelion Soul locked in for Hongq. I was going to say that JDG needs something that does a whole lot of damage to match up to the very tanky composition that Edward Gaming have for themselves here. I think this Aurelion Soul checks off some of those boxes, although it might take some time to get there.
But this is a really risky pick from Hongq as well. I mean, if Xiao Hao and Perukia are able to be freed up in the lane and they're able to, you know, constantly visit this mid lane, Hongq is going to have a really rough laning phase. That Astral Flight can get canceled so easily by the tools of the support and of the jungler here for EDG. So it's going to be Hongq having to play this laning phase very smartly and very safely. And luckily, Aurelion Sol is one of the best champions at being able to just kind of sit under his tower and chill for at least the early phases of the game, simply because of that E and the execute you get with the black hole. But it also does limit what the rest of your team can do, because you're not going to have mid lane priority Grapes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of scaling is going to be needed here for JDG's composition. Other than that, if you're not looking at that, you're looking at Junja on the Pantheon to be able to do a ton of work in the early stage of this game. Be active on the map, go for these invades like he's been going for, because other than him, not a ton of tools to do a ton in the early game. EDG certainly have the advantage there with, you know, the poke that they have in their carry positions and a whole lot of beef up in the front line.
And, you know, we talked about Junji and Hongq going into this series. We said that these were the guys who haven't had the greatest Demacia Cup so far, but were one of the most hyped up roster moves of the entire LPL offseason. A lot of people were excited to see what these guys would do in a new environment, with a new team, in a new region, after coming off of such a hot 2025 where they were the big talk of the town as far as LCP goes. And this is a game where they're going to have to prove all of that glaze right, because they really are the big damage proprietors for this comp. Obviously, Hongq, like you said, going to need to scale up. Junjia has a little bit more access to get around the map early on this Pantheon, but if either one of these members fall behind Grapes, it's going to really significantly handicap JDG's ability to dish out consistent damage, or at least match EDG in consistent damage going into the team fights.
Well, let's do it. Game number 3 about to begin, as EDG and JDG fighting for match point at this stage of the Demacia Cup 2025. Of course, again, they will go into the semifinal to face the winner of AL and LGD, happening later on in the week. See a bit of early trading here for ZDZ, as the one strength of the Udyr is the amount of power that you have in the laning phase, specifically against tanks. That's going to be very helpful here for a player that has struggled at times early on in the games.
Yeah, we're not expecting a lot from this top lane matchup. Obviously, that could change once Cassante gets that all out. Cassante always changes when he gets that all out. He's never the same ever again, and becomes a lot more of an actual threat, at least as far as damage goes. But yeah, until then, a lot of our focus going to be on these junglers who, like we said, want to get around the map early game, and the mid laners who will inevitably carry the torch as far as a late game DPS goes. I don't think I've seen this matchup ever, Grape, so not really knowledgeable of how it actually is going to play out, but both of them have range, both of them have scaling, and both of them can be really annoying to siege against.
And neither of them are very good in the early game, so I think it's another situation where we're going to see them
Yeah.
kind of trade back and forth. I think, if anything, we'll see at least some aggression in the bot lane early, and then once these supports venture off into their other paths, that is where the action really will commence. I think the coordination between the respective supports and junglers here going to be good, as Perukia just weaves that dredge line through the entirety of that second minion wave and forces a heal to be burned by Vampire early.
And now JDG can't walk up to crash the wave, so it'll just be a small little advantage to allow Leave to pick up all of these minions and give gold over to the Varus. And like we said, we're not expecting a ton of early action. It's Varus and Jhin. They're not known for their really powerful early games, similar to kind of what we said about the mid lane matchup here. It's just going to be pretty quiet, but both junglers have path down toward the bot side, and neither of them are willing to go toward that top crab. So maybe we'll see an early 3v3 commence here.
It's already, not the full clears, but potential fight around this crab.
Oh boy.
Can come through. Gala is not in the area. Leave ventured apart for just a little bit as his wave was in the advantageous position, at least for the moment. But now Vampire popping the steadfast presence and coming around towards this bottom lane. Gala already getting relatively low, but they shouldn't be able to take Leave down in this situation. So the wave just going to crash underneath, and it will in fact be Xiaohao to control that first scuttle.
Yeah, like you said, Gala wasn't really able to maneuver up toward that part of the map to join up with his team to fight. So it is just going to be the Jarvan getting a small tempo lead. He's first to back and will be onto his camps just a little bit quicker compared to the Pantheon. It doesn't make a huge difference, but I do think that the difference is maybe ballooned a bit by just how important it is that these early game picks do make proactive plays as soon as possible. Those little minute 1 to 2 second differences can really make the difference at this point.
EDG chunking Xiaoshu down pretty low. But yeah, no blood being shed, at least for now. Although Leave got relatively close. Another thing that we didn't mention, triple teleport on EDG side. You can see the TP coming through onto the Varus of Leave.
Vampire?
Now we actually see Vampire getting targeted just a little bit, forcing that steadfast presence. Perukia does not have much mana, and so he'll have to take a reset of his own, with actually Xiaoshu teleporting down to the bot lane, initiating a swap.
So this is kind of interesting. I mean, Gala is now going to be laning 1v1 against ZDZ on the Udyr. These side lanes, we didn't expect a lot from them, so I think that this is probably just EDG. They get numbers advantage. They're going to get push in bot lane, and it should just be an early mountain dragon for them. And we don't talk about how the first couple of dragons are super impactful, but when you've got a comp who has a bunch of health stackers and a good amount of frontline here as EDG, I think getting this early little bit more beefiness is going to actually impact these fights pretty significantly in EDG's favor.
Junja's hunting. He does have the empowered spell on his next cast. Will it be enough to secure the steal? But the Flag and Drag is going to come through, and Junja's already taken down very, very low. But the rest of his team is on the way. Dredgeline connects. He's going to have the shield to buy some time, but it will not be enough as First Blood gets secured by Perukia and Edward Gaming. Xiaoshu has gone all out, though, looking for one more Q to try to take Perukia down, but he flashed away from the Antophos Drags, but won't be able to play a flash away from this one. However, it will be Leave trading that kill over as Xiaoshu falls for getting that one onto the Nautilus. So a 2-for-1 overall here for EDG, but nobody actually claiming the dragon.
Vampire does have the ignite. Wait, hang on.
That's just going to be a kill? Wow. Was not expecting that to do it. But Vampire just essentially solo killing Leave after that and making sure that JDG at least go even.
I love that timing. Vampire saw the teleport from ZDZ, and instead of canceling it and trying to screw over the Udyr, he just decides, nah, I'd win. Looks at Leave and manages to take him down. How did Leave actually survive this? So he flashes over. Xiaoshu has to join up with the rest of his team because Junji is getting aggressed onto. Yeah, that flash just kind of unfortunate for the jungler of JDG. All things considered, though, even though kills go the way of EDG in the end, and I think their gold allocation is just better than JDG, after the dust settles, the dragon was unclaimed. So neither team going to get those extra tank stats going into a potential grub contest, which is pretty important. I think that the sieging power of both of these teams is certainly something to look at, especially because those plates are going to be really important for getting the mid laners ahead and closer to those really terrifying late games.
And you would have thought, with the lane allocations being how they were, with Gala all the way on the top side of the map, and a full 2v2 or a full 2-man bot lane of Leave and Perukia down there around the dragon that Xiao has already started up, that it should just be EDG's dragon for the taking. That should be the way the sequence goes. Instead, no dragon is taken. It is even in terms of the kills that were traded over. And now you have JDG having good positioning around what could be a Grubs fight in about 10 seconds. So all things considered, despite it being an even trade, I'd say it's actually a good, a small win on JDG's side.
JDG are kind of around from all angles. Gala and Vampire have priority here. Honkyu is in mid lane. They just have to kind of close this pincer, but it doesn't look like they are able to do so. It's the first Grub going over to EDG, and yeah, JDG, they're just not pulling the trigger, but 2 are still available.
I'm very surprised that JDG did not just immediately start this up and spawn that large Xiaohao to get there and claim the first 2 of these Grubs. Unless the deadly flourish from Gala says otherwise, it's going to at least make it not a sweep of the 3. And now it'll be JDG going for the re-engage with Junja issuing the Grand Starfall. And Gala, with the final shot of the curtain call, makes it a 3-kill game for JD Gaming.
I mean, better late than never. JDG, they get the engage off, but it's after the Grubs have fallen, and their only prize is going to be the support of EDG, which won't give them a lot of ability to actually transition this kill into anything meaningful. You can see that EDG are right back onto the map, redeploying onto this bot side. That dragon is still unclaimed. And so the game going to continue as normal. It is just like you said, the first 3 kills over to JDG. They will get the feat of warfare into their pocket.
There's a small win, but again, very surprised that they just want to go for a fight, given the fact that Gala and Vampire were right there in the area. Instead, EDG are able to get those first 2 Grubs. They are able to only lose their support. And now, with the teleport coming in from Leave to the bottom lane, they can actually once again start off this Mountain Dragon and try to claim it for themselves.
Angel should be able to also push in that wave in mid and potentially move down. He doesn't really have anyone to connect to, though. You can see that Xiaohao wants to get control of this bot side river, but opted to go toward the bot lane in order to do it, which means that Angel, despite clearing out these waves, it's going to be very hard for the Mel to move. If they want to make a play onto the Dragon, they're going to have to allow him to partake in this fight, because Mel is, one of the best counter engage tools, right? That rebuttal is not only one of the most frustrating spells in the game, but is also good for just, getting rid of some of these more front-loaded combos. JDG's bot lane in particular is very front-loaded on the damage department. Mel can be a beautiful counter to that, but you got to free her up first.
It's going to take a little bit of time as well. She's definitely a champion that needs some items to become a useful threat in a 5v5. Shout out to Angel, though, able to actually have his first game where he's not fallen super behind in terms of the CS department in the early game. I think part of it's probably Honkyu playing a champion that also doesn't do a ton in the first, 11 to 15 levels or so.
It's a little hard to last hit on Acel sometimes, but
yeah.
If you thought last hitting on this Acel was difficult, try being an Acel before the rework with the stars orbiting him. That was probably the hardest champion in the game to last hit on. I don't think there's any contest.
One of the few champions I don't think I ever played, because it was just too much for me.
I tried really hard. Like, I was in middle school when the teaser dropped, and back in the day, the league teasers used to have so much more aura than they do now. Oh yeah, they were amazing. And Acel's was like, oh my gosh, this champion's amazing. He comes out on the first day. I think I played him once, was like, what is this? And just never picked him up again. Probably one of the most disappointing champion releases of my entire League of Legends lifespan.
I think it ended up in a good place, though, eventually, with that rework. It's a fun champion to watch, at least once you get into the later stages. Speaking of later stages, looks like EDG don't want to get there right now as they pick up the first dragon. Now looking for Xiaoshu. He has to flash away. The empowered Q does not finish off the kill, and so it will just be a multitude of spells being issued for a chunk of Xiaoshu's HP.
Yeah, nobody goes down, but crucially, Gala is able to push in this wave, and maybe he takes a plate here. You do have the grub buff, so it'll be just little bit more gold into the coffers of the AD carry for JDG, but it's fighting across the board, Grapes, but nobody is able to actually take down someone from the opposition, and there isn't really a reason to overcommit for a lot of these fights in the next couple of minutes. I mean, you've got Herald in 2.5, Dragon in 4, but Vampire is not taking that to heart.
Nice flash by ZDZ to get away from the wallbang stun, but not going to get away from Junja using a flash of his own. The empowered Q executing the Udyr and giving JDG their 4th kill of the game.
And just like that, they're completely out of there. Honkyu is able to fly away. And the rest of JDG, the assailants in that kill onto ZDZ, are also able to escape. So no trade back and a plate to go with it as well. Even though it's Junjia getting that kill, which I think was the correct move by JDG, Honkyu is also able to get a little bit more gold as this Aurelion Soul. And that kind of has to be what we're looking for. JDG, if they get a kill and it's not onto the magical space dragon, at least make sure that he had something at the end of all of that fight. Even if it's just some assist gold, it goes a long way in just slowly ticking him toward that doomsday timer where the skies descend is going to wreck a team fight.
All right, I got an existential question for you now here, Quacks. We got our big Honk graphic, our Honk Q graphic of how great our young mid laner JDG has been able to play on bird champions. And I will say, one of the champions that was mentioned was Galio, and you gave the explanation that he has wings and he flies, and so he's basically a bird. Aurelion Sol flies around too. Is a celestial dragon a bird in this situation? Can we qualify this as the Honk Q buff?
It's funny because dragons don't exist in real life, so you can't put them under like an actual subspecies or like classification. Because they literally don't exist.
And
so we can do whatever we want. Yeah, let's put them under a bird.
Hey, dinosaurs were birds. I mean, basically.
Yeah.
If you wanna go back and I think that's what my science teacher told me. And if we want to back this up as well, Aurelion Sol 4-0 for Honkyu. So he adds to it. Maybe just it's things that fly that he's a fan of potentially. This is like the is cereal soup question, but we're like going to are dragons birds, I guess.
I think most people would argue that dragons are like reptiles or they're like lizards, but you know what? We're on the mics. We get to determine what's a bird.
Yeah, but
Honkyu, he's playing a bird that shoots lightning.
I can talk about this all day because we got not much of the game to talk about, at least at this point. Because
this has been a very slow-paced game as of now. I mean, Herald is being started up by EDG, but JDG, they have full vision of it. I don't really know if they're in a position to contest this. They do have the Skies Descent, so that big Meteorite ultimate is there for the JDG mid laner.
Oh, Vampire going to go in initially with that dash. And the Heroic Charge going to set up one. And the Falling Star going to force a couple of members to escape. Xiao Hao has burned his flash at the Rift Herald. Has not been started up just yet.
Boom, there you go. I mean, just like that, the big ultimate that JDG could leverage to win a fight is expended. They have nothing really in the tank to get this one started, and EDG are going to get themselves a Herald. Xiaoshu might actually be able to get this turret as, hang on, Starfall.
Looking for a play here onto Angel. Has he generated enough distance? Not enough to get away from the stun, but he still has his flash available, waiting for the perfect time. Actually doesn't have to use it. Instead, using the reflect to make sure that that extension of a spear would have just gone right back into Junja's face. And so Angel's going to survive after that initial play, and EDG have themselves a Herald.
Yep, and now the question kind of becomes, what are you going to do with it? A lot of people look at Herald as kind of a segue into taking control of Dragon, and EDG got the first Drake of the game, so I wouldn't hate if they, redeployed onto the map. Xiao Hao just decided, hey, I'll put this in mid, I'll draw the JDG members toward this area, and we can reclaim this bot side river that JDG are first to. You can see that there is a massive line of wards just kind of sectioning off a certain part of the map in favor of JDG, but all of that can change once Shelly comes into the room.
Yeah, it's going to get so much priority in the mid lane. That is one of the big reasons you will proc this objective right before a dragon does spawn. Just an extra champion to help you push down the mid lane, and that is exactly what EDG will have. Extra priority and a little bit of extra chip damage onto this mid lane tier 1. Won't be able to get the full turret, but it allows for EDG to position themselves around this dragon pit, either start it up or force a fight.
And now, I mean, you're face checking into a Nautilus, you're face checking into a Mel. Like, these are dangerous champions to be walking in with no vision against. As we can see, Curtain Call has been cast.
Yeah. Not going to find much of a forced shot. Angel popping that rebuttal to try to get that forced
pop,
shot back,
yeah.
but not going to actually end up having that connect. So that ultimate from Gala doesn't end up doing a whole lot.
Boy.
Vampire with the Keeper's Verdict does send away ZDZ, sending a numbers advantage in favor of JDG for now, and Junja will be able to secure the Dragon for JD Gaming. Xiao with the Cataclysm, not able to find too much, but a hook now connects onto Vampire, and he's taken out by the execute of the Mel. Angel gets on the board first, but the carries for JDG are still in good positions, and a big amount of burn damage is starting to rain down onto EDG's hands at the hands of Hongq himself on the Aurelion Soul. Ultimate from Angel not finding an execute, and the flag and drag will find Junja instead. Dragon secured by JDG, but EDG are able to get a couple back.
And honestly, massive credit there over to Xiaohao. He doesn't manage to get the Dragon like you said, Grapes, but he does keep JDG into a position where he's low. They want to chase for this kill. He manages to get away. And all the while, the rest of EDG are dishing out the damage on the front line as we do get a replay here. And this is kind of the conundrum for EDG. I mean, how are you going to engage these fights? The typical answer is Xiaohao, but he needs to stay alive to try and take this Dragon, so he doesn't want to full commit. Eventually, he does Cataclysm, but then the flag and drag created by the terrain of that ultimate does mean that JDG are kind of sectioned off. Angel is able to free hit, Leave is able to free hit, and the Jarvan provides so much space for the backline to dish out the necessary damage in order to at least get a couple of kills back into this fight. So massive credit over to him. It is overall, I would say, an even trade as it's only the first Dragon over to JDG, but they do have the scaling element, so EDG can't really let it go past that point.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Hongq now as well. 192 Stardust stacks, pretty good pace. If you continue the game, those spells going to continue to be more and more powerful. And he's already doing a good amount of damage in these fights, so seeing that continue here is going to be good news for JD Gaming. But we still remain in a very close situation. Yep. Deadly Flourish is going to come out from Gala, not connect. As looks like we're spending a little bit too much time on this scuttle, guys. It's not that important. There's not much to fight for right now. Looks like it will be secured by JDG.
In all my years of playing League, I think one of my biggest surprises is no names for the crab, right? I mean, we've got names for the Void Crab, Shelly, and we are good at just giving names to arbitrary things. No. Crabs have existed for like years.
He's mysterious that way. He's cool and nonchalant like that. You know,
he's dark and mysterious.
Yeah.
When you trying to be dark and mysterious, but you're just cute. I mean, I have a plushie of the guy somewhere. He's my tree topper. Oh yeah, forgot.
You have a scuttle crab on the top of your Christmas tree?
Yes, I do. Where he belongs.
That is insane. That is awesome. that's the most League of Legends player thing I've ever heard.
I mean, he's like practically kissing the ceiling. He might be a little bit smushed, and you know, the blood is all rushing to his head. But then again, there weren't a lot of brain cells in that head anyway. He just kind of goes back and forth.
Yeah, the lifespan of those things. You don't want to build a name because it'll generate a little bit too much attachment for how easy it goes down. You know what? Fair enough. I think we've come to our conclusion here. As some trading on the top side. Okay, let's take a step back. Look at this game as a whole right now. EDG again potentially get outscaled, but they are very tanky, and it will be a while until Hongq and Gala are able to really burn through some of these bigger members like ZDZ. So I feel like now is going to be their opportunity to try to push the pace a little bit.
Yeah, and Otacon is the way into that, right? This is the objective that we spent like 3 minutes last game fighting over, and this has been by far the slowest game of the series, so we could spend a whopping, you know, maybe 5 minutes at the objective this time, Grace, but or Grapes. What? Whoa. Holy moly, I'm jumbling my words. Can you tell it's almost 6 a.m. over here in the Central Standard Time department, as that has to probably be their next move, I feel. We can see both teams have a decent amount of vision over in that area, but no one really willing to pull the trigger. Hongq, though, particularly, you can see has that giant portrait next to his name, which means the Skies Descend is available for the Aurelion Soul. So both teams have to be really careful around this because there are plenty of fight starter tools from each side.
Yeah, that's the first big threshold here for Hongq. Means that he's really starting to get there. Of course, once you hit level 16, Ultimate's going to be even stronger, and the more Stardust you collect, the bigger those abilities become. And the harder it is to control areas of the map here even for EDG with this Dragon now spawning in 10 seconds. Edward Gaming They have now Leave at 2 items, Angel at 2 items as well. The Horizon Focus going to do a good amount in terms of, being able to snipe out players from a distance, but we'll see how far they can take this composition and how badly they really want to fight at this point.
Yeah, Dragon is up, Otacon is up. I mean, if a fight were to break out here and a team were to dominate it, it wouldn't just be one objective, it would be two, and the game would completely flip on its head. EDG, though, have control of the bot side river, so they can try to leverage this, particularly with Xiaohao, to look for any one of the JDG backliners who steps up too far.
Angel gets hit by the Deadly Flourish, but EDG still in a good position to try to secure this Dragon. Curtain Call has been opened, but Gala is leaving himself fully open to the artillery of Angel and Leave. Has to cancel the ulti early as the depth charge already has come out, but nobody has fallen just yet. Joshua at half HP, still has his flash and all out available, and the Dragon's at 3K.
It's going to be a 50-50.
Junja also in the pit looking to steal away the Drake from his former team. 2,000, 1,000, nearly. The all-out goes out into Xiaohao, and the Jungler's out of the pit until he cataclysms in, but it's not going to matter because Junja still secures the Dragon for JDG. Angel has to flash away. The health bars are starting to melt, and JD Gaming have come to play. Junja with a grand starfall is going to follow up with a falling star of Honkyu. A double kill for the Dragon of JD Gaming as they win the fight. They win the Dragon fight, and they'll go towards the Otacon as well.
And Xiaoshu just rips Xiaohao's ability to contest that 50-50 that Dragon away from him. I have played so many games of jungle in my life, Graves, and I don't think I've ever seen that interaction happen in real time. But we get another look at this replay, and like you said, it's a slow start to the fight. Nobody going down, but I want to take another look at Xiaohao just getting ejected over the wall after he flag and drags, and then he tries to flash Cataclysm to cover the distance.
Ooh.
Oh my god. And then flash,
just enough distance
Cataclysm.
right
Oh, that was a close 50-50, but honestly, the lack of engage for the side of EDG is what allows the remaining JDG members to continue fighting like this. There's no way they can really go into this fight. No way they can really engage into this fight. So JDG, they get the Dragon, they get the fight win, and finally some blood is being spilled onto the snow of Summoner's Rift.
And now the game becomes even harder for EDG, not because they just lost the fight, obviously, but they lost the fight against this competition that they are not going to be outscaling at this point. Honkyu, level 15, already had a great fight there. Gala, of course, getting stronger and stronger, becoming very much a challenge to imagine a world where EDG are going to be able to come back from this one, just with the composition that they have, the damage profiles that currently are presented. 4,000 is the lead now for JD Gaming, and it looks like it will be nowhere else but up from here.
Yeah, now, JDG scaling advantage, Baron up. If they can find a pick onto an EDG member, then they can transition right onto that topside objective. I'm looking at Xiaohao, I'm looking at ZDZ and Angel. None of them have flash, so there is a potential for them to, go into that topside. You can see all those wards being placed down. That is where they can set up for a pick, but EDG are playing it very, very smartly. They're not overstaying their hand. You can see on the minimap that Xiaohao is being very cautious when walking up.
Use a flag and drag to clear out that control ward. Again, vision around this Baron going to be very important at this stage of game number 3. As EDG, again, 4 out of their 5 members retained from last year. They remember specifically matching up against this specific organization, seeing those JDG logos, those nameplates, end of their season in a 5-game fashion down in the lower bracket of Split 3. And obviously, not many of the players are the same here on JD Gaming's side, but yeah. EDG still remembers. They want to make sure that they were able to have at least some semblance of revenge before 2026 fully gets underway. But it's going to be tough to do so in this game specifically with how some of these new additions, like Junja and Honkyu, these imports or returns in some cases from the LCP have been able to do here.
I mean, the roster changes, the approaches that both of these teams took were, they fit like jigsaw pieces. One team decided to restart and remove everyone except for one player. Meanwhile, the other side removed or kept every player except for one, got one new addition. And it's just a question of kind of how are we going to be seeing the start of the seasons for these very different approaches to roster rebuildings begin here in Demacia Cup. And yeah, like you said, for the case of JDG, it is the return for Junjia, it is the induction for Hongqiu, and it is just the progressiveness for Vampire and Xiaoshu. All of that culminating into a team that, you know, is being reigned by an org that wants to try and make worlds. This is an organization who a lot of people associate with possibly one of the greatest rosters ever constructed of all time. A lot of people think back to that JDG 2023, and it has always been the goal of this squad. That's why they bring over the world-class talent from the LCP, and we do have to see, you know, that high upswing come through from them here in the Demacia Cup, and then kind of see those stocks that you buy liquidate into cold hard cash as the season goes on.
Yeah, and you know what? Compared to some of the other iterations of JDG that have formed over the past few years, these quote-unquote super teams, this is still, you know, I think you could still classify this as a sort of super team, but there's a bit more of a developmental focus that has been brought into it, right? You have Hongqiu,
right,
and you know, who's very, very young, and it's I think in his second full year here in competitive League of Legends. Vampire in his third. Xiaoshu, I think, towards his third or fourth as well. So not a ton of experience on high-level teams, but they're all going to have an opportunity to do some work here as Perukia looks for an engage and forces Hongqiu's flash that could be big with this next dragon spawned and already started up by Junja on JD Gaming.
But JDG have control of the river, and I mean, Xiaohao is going to have to go for another 50-50.
Gotta get in there. Oh, a little bit too late, not issuing that flag and drag, and so JDG control that Cloud Soul point. Hongqiu not able to get over the wall in full with his E, and so Perukia going to be targeted here and sniped down by the Comet of the Pantheon. Angel already chunked as well, but ZDZ looking to try to disrupt things here in this front line, cancels the curtain call of Gala, and make sure no further damage will be done.
And Vampire, again, ejecting Xiaohao out of the fight, giving JDG numbers, and Perukia just isn't tanky enough to withstand the scaling damage of this JDG comp. They only get one, but they get the dragon. That Soul Point and EDG are now on a timer to respond, but they can't until their support gets back onto the map. They don't have numbers, and they just, frankly, don't have the firepower at this point, Grapes. We're sitting on 2 to 3 items for our carries now, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough of a dent into the tanky front line. This top side of JDG has been so durable all game and so good at surviving.
Yeah, we've talked about how tanky the EDG side is with the Nautilus and the Udyr, but I think we're maybe forgetting or failed to mention not just how well JDG's damage scales, but how well their durability scales as well. This Cassante, now level 17, Pantheon as well, even the Poppy on Vampire side. Gonna be pretty hard to kill, however, takes a lot of damage there as the initial engage comes through from Perukia. Some more poke being issued here by EDG, but you can see a full charge, a full Q from Angel is barely able to tickle Xiaoshu's health bar.
Yeah, and this is with EDG now having access to some pen. You can see that Crypt Bloom is in inventory for Angel. Leave also has the Last Whisper. So these are items that are good at taking down the front line, and the front line is still just chilling. Now EDG are onto the Baron, but this is a big force. This is a flip if ever I've seen one, Grapes.
Yeah, they're going to try to force JDG in, find some sort of pick, but the curtain call is going to deny any sort of an engage from Edward Gaming, at least for now. ZDZ is tanky, so he will go in, and Vampire will get caught up in the dredge line and taken down by Angel. That's the first kill in the hands of Edward Gaming, but over the wall goes the Nautilus, and Xiaoshu gets one back. It's a 4v4 across the map, but the Chain Corruption lands onto Junja, gonna take a lot of damage from the Blight, and it's a shutdown in the hands of Leave. Xiaoshu going way too far forward, but he's tanky enough to try to buy some space for Hongqiu and Gala. Cataclysm in, but Gala's able to get on out of it and take down the Jarvan with him, but there comes the golden eclipse of Angel, taking down the third member of JD Gaming and allowing for EDG to win this fight.
And what a crazy team fight from both teams, but I gotta give so much credit over there to Leave and Perukia. Perukia finds the angle onto Vampire. They get a pick onto the Poppy, and then Leave flashes. Chains of Corruption lands. EDG are able to re-engage the fight, and now they're on the Baron. It's getting super low, Grapes, but can they finish it?
There is no smite on either side. Both junglers are down, and Vampire's going to
God.
go in.
Oh,
There's a huge ultimate. The Keeper's Verdict sends away 2. Baron's at 3k. Leaves still trying to keep it aggroed, but his health bar is ticking low. Who's going to get the Baron? It's secured by Perukia, and the Summoner Smite out of his spellbook. And Edward Gaming are wearing purple for the next 3.
Perukia secures the objective for EDG just when you thought JDG reigned in the advantage with the soul point and the pressure, the damage, all going their way. EDG pull off anything short of calling it a miracle would be an understatement. Grapes, they get the Baron. They're wearing purple, and now, Dragon in a minute, they'll be able to use these Baron-empowered minions to get prio and possibly deny the soul.
And with only 2 towers taken by Edward Gaming at this point in the game, a lot of standing gold available for them as well that can get that 4th item for Angel, get ZDZ to the Thornmail or the Frozen Heart that he could potentially want, finish off the Zanyas for a player like Angel. This is a crucial point in the game for Edward Gaming. They're going to need to capitalize on this opportunity that has been granted towards them. With that being said, the gold lead still belongs to JDG, and they still have a ton of scaling. We're nearing 400 Stardust stacks for Honkyu, so EDG is going to have to make a massive dent into the gold lead with this Baron power play.
They're just trying to get some priority. They're trying to free up some space. I like that Angel is splitting on the bot side. JDG, they're trying to really just knock on the front door, break it down at this point, but they're on a vision. Leave, you're on wards.
Junja goes in, and there goes Leave. Honkyu with the grand starfall of Junja and the falling star of the Aurelian Soul will take down the EDG AD carry.
Leave is gone. He's down for another 40 seconds. We're getting closer and closer to 40 minutes in this game. These death timers are no joke. JDG have a numbers advantage. Xiao Hao, it has to come down to a steal. There's no Baron, so there's nothing else that they can possibly gain. But Vampire, he's patrolling with the W.
Xiaohao spotted. JDG know exactly where the opposition jungler is. It doesn't matter if he goes in, and Angel will steal it. There's no soul in the hands of JDG yet, but they still have the opportunity to win the fight as Honkyu's spitting bars like he's Eminem, taking down member after member of Edward Gaming. He tries to get over the wall. That's a huge E that is opened up for him, but he won't be able to close the gap and only will allow for Xiao Hao to go down. Somehow, EDG keep the game alive, but JDG still come out advantage in the fight.
Angel living up to his name. He gives EDG a miracle, and JDG are denied the soul. We do need to see a replay of this. I thought it was going to be Xiao Hao. They let him get into the pit as Jarvan. But he's saying, it's not me you got to be concerned with. It's 61 HP stolen by Angel. And then at this point, it's just about exfiltrating. I really like here Angel, particularly with the root. He denies Honkyu from getting over the wall. And 2 members managed to survive. If they had all gone down, JDG maybe could have broken down a couple of the towers because the death timers were so long. But because they survived, the siege isn't possible. And it's just the soul denied for a couple of kills, which at this point, Grapes, doesn't feel like it matters for JDG. You have to try closing out this game.
Vampire
just
vanishes like it's daytime here for himself. Before our very eyes. He is out of the picture for the next 33 seconds, and a depth charge lands on the Junja. JD Gaming get caught in a position and might end up paying for it with a lost team fight. That is the jungler out of the picture, but he takes Perukia down. ZDZ is very tanky, and Honkyu is forced to flee. Both carries are still alive, and they won't be able to look for more with the curtain call, looking to slow down the retreat of EDG.
EDG, they get 2 picks. Vampire, what was he doing over there? Way too far up, and EDG just get a free kill onto the support of JDG. They find their avenue, and it also cost Junjia his life, so this will be EDG. Now you can see they're putting Angel into the top lane wave to try and kind of neutralize the position of that, and then mid as well is going to be picked up here by Leave. You've got Baron spawning in a little over a minute, so if EDG can fix the wave states and then move into the top side river, they can make it really difficult for JDG to respond. It feels like, Grapes, the key to this game has always been who is first to the area seems to be winning out in these fights. That seems to be the pattern that we have been able to find here in game number 3. And we've been able to find that pattern because it's happened so many damn times.
Remember what happened in game 1 too. We thought JDG were going to completely outscale and then EDG win one fight. Feel like we're getting towards a position where that could become the case. We're 37 minutes deep, and Edward Gaming have persisted. It's only 2,500 in terms of deficit, but now players like Angel starting to really hit a threshold as well. Leave, if you can get enough blight stacks in, enough spell rotations, can still be an impactful player despite being on a lethality Varus. And somehow, if they can just continue to find the right fights, the right engages, this game could not be over just yet.
They're hunting. They're looking.
Curtain calls
EDG
open.
are separated, but yeah, they don't find anyone. I mean, that's curtain call expelled by Gala, but it's just for the slowing value. ZDZ is so tanky at this point on the Udyr that I don't even think it gets through the W, the turtle stance of this guy.
Lands on his ZDZ. He's able to pop that unstoppable, get on out of there, but there's a little bit of health taken down as now we see Xiao Hao out of position himself. He flashes over the wall right as the keeper's verdict is issued, but he still gets hit by the deadly flourish.
Ooh.
Not going to get taken down, but he should have to reset or at least be at a very bad position in terms of his health bar right as the Baron has spawned.
We got redemption, so he's at about half HP. All he has to do is engage. If EDG can pick up the rest of the... You know, if they can clean up the rest of the scraps,
there's that falling star combo, and it's going to do a ton of damage and take Pruki out of the fight immediately. Leave getting chased down by Junja, and Gala will flash in and land the final blow with a crit. It is everybody on EDG getting wiped to the ground as JD Gaming don't even need the Baron to end the game, as they'll win the fight straight in the mid lane and will take themselves to match point.
Steal the dragon, no problem. Win out on the fights, no problem. EDG clutched up so many times, but JDG have the infinite scaling of the Aurelian Soul, and that is damn well enough to net them the win. They will lead the series 2-1 over EDG in the quarterfinals of Demacia Cup, Grapes.
EDG looked like they might have had a miracle in the works. But it's the Flying Oyster duo flying high in the back half of this game and sending JDG up to 2-1 in our Demacia Cup quarters.
You know, we ask if a dragon is a bird. We ask, you know, and say it flies, so it must be. But we forgot the thing that flies the most, Grapes. It's the oysters. And we got remnants of that mid-jungle duo in game number 3. Loved to see Hongqiu and Junjia step up there to help their team secure the win. We said it needed to be done in order for them to get game 3 in their clutches. And now 1 win separates them and top 4. A good start to this organization. A lot of promise for the people that back this kind of a roster, I think would go a long way in, you know, inspiring that hope that they can be a team that potentially attends these internationals going into 2026, which you gotta believe is the main goal of a roster like this, Grapes.
Absolutely. Made to compete, you know, has the potential to even grow beyond what it currently is. And if we see more performances like that from Junja and Hongqiu working in tandem beautifully, I think we're gonna have a fun time watching JDG in 2026. We gotta look some of the stats, prepare ourselves for some highlights of how this game unfolded. I mean, we talked about Junja, we talked about Hongqiu, Vampire as well on this Poppy, providing so much opportunity for his team with these Keeper's verdicts, Quacks.
You know, sometimes Vampire would be like Dracula from Castlevania, just unstoppable, if ever you've watched that show where he's just demolishing everyone. And sometimes he was like the vampire that Johnny Depp played, just super duper weak and kind of a troll. But, you know, when he showed up when it mattered, all things considered, like you said, those Keeper's verdicts, those ejections of key members from crucial fights really did make the difference. Gave us a couple of scares, particularly toward the end there where he did get caught out. But speaking of getting caught out, I mean, really, I got to give a lot of credit over to Xiaoshu as well with this Cassante. He was really on it with a lot of these all-outs and being able to find key members and kind of take them out of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, just, I would say a masterclass from Junja specifically in this game on the Pantheon. We talked about him having to be that X factor here for JDG throughout the early game. He certainly was, and ended up being able to initiate a ton of fights once we got to the late game as well. And it's just the control around some of these neutral objectives as well, allowing for JDG to get in positions where they're fighting for souls, fighting for these Drakes. A lot of it is because of Junja, who I will say feel like has outplayed Xiaohao throughout the majority of this series so far.
I am fully in agreement with you. I think that he has been the better jungler for basically the entire series, and I think that he has had a lot better plays overall. I will say, I do think that Xiaohao hasn't had nearly as many opportunities to kind of flex his muscles. He's been more so the facilitator for a lot of these games. That Jarvan was one of really the only ways that EDG could start a fight, and so he had to be constantly precise with when he was going in. But when you're the sole source of engagement, also the sole source of, you know, being able to secure a lot of these neutral objectives, I do think that it kind of creates a conundrum for you as the jungler. He actually wasn't the sole source of securing objectives. We had an objective secured by Perukia and an objective secured by Angel. So, you know, forget about what I just said in that regard, as Hongq going to be the player of the match. Well deserved, in my opinion. This Aurelion Sol turned so many different fights.
2 in a row for our young prodigal son returning or coming into the LPL for JDG, picking up an MVP on the A-Sol. Now it allows for JDG to go to match point. They are one Nexus away from advancing into top 4 of the Demacia Cup, and despite some of the ups and downs that they've had so far, would be a great way to begin their 2026 campaign. When we come back, we'll see if they're going to be able to close things out in game number 4, or if EDG will send us to that Silver Scrapes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more coverage of the 2025 Demacia Cup. JD Gaming find themselves one map away from a trip to the semifinals of the 2025 Demacia Cup. Will they get it here? Well, we're about to see if EDG have anything to say about it and get some revenge again from what happened to them last fall. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Quacks here for your Demacia Cup 2025 quarterfinal matchup here on LPL English. And JDG have looked very good over these last 2 games, and EDG have to get back to the drawing board, find some way to either win these early games faster, Quacks, or find other tools in their composition to scale up into the late game alongside JDG.
Yeah, and it feels like we talked about this a little bit before we went to break, but the big difference maker that we have said all throughout this series, don't let the 2 MVPs on Hongq fool you. It feels like Junjia has been the guy setting him up for success in both of the games that JDG managed to win. And I know that Tabe is definitely in the room with the players being like, oh, this should totally have been a 3-0. Because realistically, Grapes, that game number 1 was extremely close. And game 3 was giving me flashbacks potentially because EDG looked like they had a chance to actually come back and win that game. A little bit of deja vu at almost 7 in the morning. But still, nonetheless, I think that this is going to be a game where we need to see, like you said, EDG going back to the drawing board. And one way that I think they can really do that is by playing a little bit more around Leave. I think that their ADC has had a bit of a quiet series so far, personally, Grapes. I think that it has been a pretty prominent topside v topside best of 5 so far, with Angel in particular being, I would say, the leading figure for EDG throughout this BO5. And, you know, maybe give some more resources over to Leave to try and pop off in these next couple of games, because it is very apparent that as we get further and further down in Fearless, the AD carry pool is the one that suffers the most.
Think about the Yunara he played, did pretty well on that. You think of just this last game where he was on, a champion that was able to do a lot of damage in the Varus, despite it being, maybe more of a supportive utility role. I think Leave ended up having the most damage in that game. Obviously, being a poke champion, you have added ability to do that amount of work, but would love to see Leave get a little bit more involved. Again, as you say, the only change that EDG made going into the 2026 season, they believe this guy is enough to push them over the edge into becoming a true contender. And so seeing them buy into that a little bit here would certainly be a good sign for things to come, and to see if they have a chance of sending us to that blind pick game at number 5. Looks like EDG are back on that blue side, though, which means that the Orianna is going to still be banned on a red and leave up a little bit more options in terms of how the pick ban is going to want to go on EDG's side.
Yeah, and back to your point about Leave, I mean, he's a player paired up with Perukia, who was the big rookie of the last split of 2025. So a lot of people are hyped to see this bot lane duo, but one thing that a lot of people have said about Perukia in terms of Thorns has been the kind of limited champion pool that he has been able to show so far. And we talked about the limitations of 80 carries now, but I do think that Perukia is getting pushed a bit now that we are entering game 4 territory. You can see all of those supports are mostly on the engage side, so what does Perukia still have in the tank to go? That Smolder was banned by JDG, plus the 2 mid laners, so Jace is open, and JDG did also leave the Malphite, so that is a pretty good counter I found to the Jace. It feels like it was a bait by Tabe, because this is usually a Malphite winning matchup so far.
Yeah, it seems very intentional here for Tabe to leave specifically that Jace open after it's been banned essentially the entirety of this best of 5 and almost through the entirety of the Demacia Cup in general.
I was about to say.
But Xiaohao is most likely going to be playing this Jace in the jungle unless we see some sort of flexibility there. But I wouldn't be surprised to just see Tabe follow the Jace around regardless of role. If it's top lane, you can play it there. If it's jungle, you can play it there. Heck, even if it's mid lane, you could stick Hongq on the Malphite mid, go some old school 2019 FPX or something along those lines. Vampire hovering the Braum right now, and that's going to be a solid jungle support duo, at least unless we see some flexibility.
All right, so the Braum signaling to me that we're probably being a little bit more auto attack reliant here on the JDG comp. We're setting up for those high attack speed, those high APM ADCs to come through. And hey, that's just how Gala likes it. So I'm curious to see what we're going to be getting out of him here. I think that, the Lucian has fallen out of favor a little bit, but is still a really good pairing with the Braum. The Misfortune as well is a pretty decent pairing with the Braum. So I think that these are angles Gala could look to go here on 3, but with that Renekton lock-in, it does mean that JDG might not go for the ADC here immediately, They do, however, run the risk of some of those good pairings being snagged up. And like we said, the ADC pool, Grapes, is already being pretty heavily constricted by Fearless's nature.
Yeah, and the Smolder being banned on top of it. So we'll see where exactly JDG want to go for Gala. But I want to try to round out this mid lane matchup, and there it is. This is a good matchup into the Rise, and our graphics going to get a lot of mileage here, Quack.
Yeah, it is.
Now we get the Azir, we have the maybe Aurelion Sol, now we get Anivia, which Honkyu was able to win on earlier in the tournament.
Yep, Anivia being locked in here. Really good against a pretty short-range comp from EDG. Obviously, you have that Jason. The Shock Blast is capable of poking you out from range, but Ryze and Renekton are going to definitely suffer just because they're going to have a tough time sieging against this champion and being able to farm these waves safely into the Anivia, who will be a nuisance gradually as this game goes on. And that kind of seems like what both of these teams are setting up for. You can see things like the Smolder, like the Senna, like the Jax are being banned away because it seems like the curve that both of these comps are going for is to accelerate into the late game. You have the Anivia and the Malphite, the Ryze and the Jace. These are all champions that, as the game goes on, get progressively more powerful. So I wouldn't be surprised if JDG, we talk about the Lucian, but there is certainly an opportunity to go for something a bit more heavy in the scaling department if Gala requests it, or if Tabe thinks it's good.
Still a lot of options despite the 3 ADCs being banned out here in this second phase. You're looking at potentially like an Ezreal being locked in here, Sivir having some value.
Yeah, Sivir.
In terms of some high scaling. I will say, perfect opportunity for JDG to lock in an Ornn here on 5, although maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself. Due to a very aggressive top side that EDG have, with the damage that JDG can potentially provide down there. The Ezreal would make some sense, get away from some of that heavy dive, but instead they're going to go for some extra wave clear, and that is what Gala will have in the Sivir.
Yeah, that plus Honkyu's wave clear on the Anivia means that this comp is just impossible to siege against. Also means that you get a little bit more, I would say, efficiency when you're actually engaging as JDG. You don't have a go button besides Junjia with his ultimate at the current moment. So that on the hunt, I think, has a lot of value with this comp. Some of these more immobile members are going to have more speed to go into these team fights with, as EDG leave locks in the Vayne here in game number 4. And Grapes, it's a hype pick. It goes with the comp. It scales really well, but a Vayne into an Anivia and a Malphite is risky business if you pilot it wrong.
Hey, it's perfect. You can stun someone in the wall, right? That's gonna be the strategy here. Use that condemn, and it's gonna be a Bard locked in as well for Perukia. So a very aggressive top side, and then maybe a bot lane that needs to scale a little bit more into the late game. I like here for Edward Gaming. Very balanced composition overall, but very much one side towards the other. See what JDG want to lock in here. Most likely a top laner, unless we see a flexible Malphite going up there toward Xiaoshu instead. Would make a decent amount of sense into the Renekton, and that might just be what we get with this Aatrox lock-in. We'll see exactly where these players go, but I would imagine Junja playing the Aatrox makes a little bit more sense.
I think, honestly, it's a pretty difficult matchup, the Malphite versus the Renekton sometimes, because, you have that shield break on W. Aatrox just generally is a little bit better at keeping up in the skirmishing department compared to the Renekton. And also, not to mention, Aatrox got nerfed in the jungle, so he isn't as good as he was pre-nerfs, obviously, and has fallen out of favor ever since those hit. But this is a spicy draft here, Grapes. This is game number 4. We've got the Vayne lock-in. We've got the Anivia lock-in. This is what the Game 5s love to see. This is Fearless at its best. And honestly, for the case of EDG, it's got to be on leave. We said we wanted EDG to give him the ball in game number 4. Wanted to see more attention paid toward that bot lane. Vayne dictates and commands pressure whenever she is locked in. So my eyes will be glued to the 2v2s and glued toward the bottom side of this map.
Doing some very preliminary research, aka looking up Leaguepedia. I didn't really think this was a Leaf champion, and I was right. He has never played this in his competitive career across the LDL or the LPL. Obviously has experience potentially in solo queue and the likes, or maybe some off-season other tournaments that were not marked here in the databases, but not something we typically see a player like Leaf pilot, although it does kind of fit a player like him's mentality and playstyle, willingness to be aggressive, being able to weave in and out, be very mechanically sound. This could be fun, and what a way to have EDG try to save their Demacia Cup here. Down 2-1 in the series, they go to leave on a very, very fun Vayne pickup here in the bottom lane, and we'll see if he'll be able to force that Game 5.
And EDG, we haven't really mentioned it so far here in the series, Grapes, but they have been surprisingly flexible in the draft phase of this tournament so far. I mean, even just in the last series that they played up against WE, the counter to the Malphite jungle that Monkey locked in for that series was Lilia. And Lilia is like not a common pick at all. I would actually classify her as one of the weaker junglers in the meta right now, but you go these magic damage champions against heavy armor comps, and I think that is just X factor that EDG are willing to go, where you have some of these pocket picks that you can pull out if the time calls for it. We'll have to see if Leaves Vayne can get them a win, just like the Lilia from Xiaohao did a few days ago. But a little bit of background on the Vayne. Very short-ranged, loves to fight, but can certainly be punished if fallen behind in the early game. Vayne doesn't have a lot of utility, whereas someone like Sivir is just going to outrange you, outwave clear you, and frankly outscale you if you don't get kills early. So it is on Leave and Perukia to dictate and boss around Vampire and Gala in the 2v2s.
It looks like this is an EDG composition with a lot of specifically single target damage, right? You think of Vayne as a champion that does that. Renekton certainly is able to do that as well. So picks are going to be very important, finding advantageous situations in terms of numbers, as JDG already aggressively trading here with this Vayne lane, but they might end up regretting that as the lethal tempo has been procced and Leaves doing a big chunk of damage on Gala.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned the very single target heavy. Oh, hang on.
Oh, Cosmic Binding lands on a Vampire, forces the flash. Nicely done.
Yep. The single target damage, though, going to be really, really good for champions like the Vayne, because you're going to get resets off on your final hour and just being able to dance around those fights. But JDG kind of in a similar boat. They don't have nearly as much single target damage and single target focus as the EDG comp, but the resets are definitely a factor. You've got a champion like Aatrox who will, be able to have that empowerment with his own ultimate. So I think that it is going to definitely be a case of whoever strikes first and gets a kill first is likely to win first. And that simplifies it up pretty nicely, especially for Game 4 when the comps can get a little bit more complicated.
And on that note, with that, in mind, I think that maybe JDG have a little bit of an easier to execute composition, because they don't necessarily have to rely on finding numbers advantage, finding these pickups.
Right.
They could just wait for Junja to hit level 6 and press the skill, the no skill, or the the outplay button in the Malphite Unstoppable Force. Find a massive knockup, and that is a game-changing engage and a massive way to win your team a team fight. So maybe a little bit easier to execute here for Junja, who has been one of the better junglers that we've seen, at least in this stage of the tournament. You could argue the better jungler here today. Xiaohao has his work cut out for him for sure.
Yeah, and Xiaohao is going to have to perform in this game, right? You're kind of dealing with the counter matchup, but Jace is a very feast or famine champion, I think, is what Demacia Cup has taught us so far, where you get some resources, you can get an early Youmu's into an early Edge of Night and really start stacking up the cashback from your runes and just being able to cheat some of that gold with the cheaper lethality items. You can really, kind of snowball in the item department. But if you get set behind, Jace doesn't have a lot of utility outside of the damage that he does. So, I mean, it's Leave that we need to be paying attention to, but Xiaohao can't fall behind in this game, I think, is the big thing for this Jace pickup.
So finding a kill here would be very big. Remember, Vampire doesn't have flash, and so if Perukia is able to get a nice magical journey in here, could create a very good situation for Edward Gaming. It doesn't look like JDG are in the know just yet, but Junja is clearing out his crop, so we'll be here immediately. So it has to be a very quick play from EDG, and quick it was. First blood in for Xiaohao as EDG answer in Game 4.
Beautiful start there for the jungler of EDG, immediately getting a kill 4.5 minutes into this game. And he already took his reset, so he's still not going to be able to go back for a little bit. But when he does, he will have access to that Dirk and just that added bonus little bit of combat power for the Jace is going to make him a lot more deadly in future skirmishes, especially because JDG aren't really going to get a lot of damage in the early phases. I feel like we haven't really touched on this, but they've got a lot of CC and a lot of zone space and a lot of zone control, but as far as the damage profile goes, JDG are really just looking to scale, collect those dragons, and not fight here in the early phases.
Just wait for that scaling to come through. I mean, you look at Honkyu as well, farming up nicely against Angel. Gala on the Sivir, certainly a champion that's going to scale. And, you know, a champion that is able to do pretty well into, you know, somebody like Leave is maybe Junja on the Malphite. If you stack enough armor, get something like the Frozen Heart in there to slow down some of the attack speed. Could definitely be, you know, a big difference maker here as well. Obviously, the Silver Bolts and the true damage helps you shred through the tanks, but you can't shred through everyone if you're only hitting one player at a time.
Yep, that single target damage. It's good to whittle down one particular tank, but if you've got multiple of them, it can prove to be a bit more arduous, as you have to imagine the Silver Bolts and all of the armor shredding is reserved for Junjia later on in this game. We'll have to see how that fares up against the Malphite, who so far hasn't really been able to get any kind of return value, at least in the kill department, since Xiaohao drew first blood, but might be able to do so on the Dragons. They've got control of mid and bot, and we can see Angel is resetting as well, so there's really no opportunity for EDG to retake control of this area. And with a scaling comp, getting those early Dragons is going to be really important for just making sure you can accelerate your spikes even further.
Perukia, oh my god,
49
HP. Almost able to steal that with the Cosmic Binding, but barely secured here by the jungler of JDG. Feeling very, very happy and relieved that that ended up going his way.
Yeah, that would have been a tilter, definitely. As the jungler in the Call Grapes, if I get my dragon stolen by enemy support, I'm mauled. I'm thinking about that one for the next minute. I don't care if there's a dive available on bot side.
Hey, and it happened to him a little earlier. Not by the support, but by Amel Q. The last tick of it at 35 HP or whatever in the last game. So Junja's certainly thinking about that. However, not going to matter. Got to flush it, move on to the next. Has level 6 now. That Unstoppable Force. Really what allows for Malphite jungle to exist. Otherwise, you don't have a ton of gank presence. This really adds to that threat here in the jungle.
Xiao is in the bot side, but Flash is available for Vampire and Gala, so they are going to Magical Journey. All right, can they get them with the same trick twice?
Shock Blast onto Vampire. He flashes away. Gala is able to spell shield that knockback for Xiao Hao. Make sure no crowd control ends up connecting. So, just going to be the flash for Vampire. However, that was the tool that they were able to utilize to get their first kill.
And I like this. Even though EDG don't get a kill, they burn the flash on Vampire like you said, but they also free up Perukia to maneuver around the map. You can see JDG's bot lane maybe want to look for something, but Leave is in a 1v2.
Final hour for Leave. He's got both summoner spells and that lethal tempo fully proc. Not a lot of mana on Gala, so he doesn't have a ton of juice left into the tank. Looks like Leave just maybe aura farming a little bit. He's going to head back and let that wave crash under his tower.
Yeah, I mean, that's realistically what you have to do. Your Bard roaming up toward the top side to get Xiao Hao in a position where he can fight back for these grubs. EDG freeing up their support to be able to maneuver around the map with this Jace, which, I mean, that's what you have to do, right? When you have a champion like Jace, who is very much so strong in the early game, strong with these lethality items, if you can get Bard to make some of these more aggressive moves into Junjia's territory, that is not only going to, put your Jace behind, but it's also going to set the Malphite, or it's not only going to put the Jace ahead, but it's going to set the Malphite behind, which, when he is your biggest source of frontline, can be can cascade into some very, very bad effects for JDG. If they do not have a frontline against things like a Ryze, a Jace, and a Vayne, well, then that's not good at all.
Yeah, I mean, they're scaling on EDG as well, right? The Ryze is going to have that tier stack up. Xiao Hao, champion on the Jace, going to be doing a ton of poke damage with that first strike and also become stronger as the game progresses. And ZDG, very solid team fighter on the Renekton as well. Obviously, JDG have tools to scale into this late game, but EDG certainly going to have ability to come and play.
Oh, Leave, no!
Leave has the summoner spell, so he's going to be able to flash away from that initial unstoppable force. And that means that JDG's first attempt with Junja will only result in a flash being blown.
Yeah, Leave does manage to stay alive, and he will be able to farm up this wave, but you want to get this Vayne resetting as soon as possible. There's a dragon coming up in a little less than 2 minutes, and EDG did surrender the first one. We talk about the importance of the scaling for both of these comps, and having those dragon buffs in on your back is going to be a very important aspect to this game as far as like a domino effect goes. So if he's not able to reset, if he's just jailed under his tower, it's going to be very difficult for the Vayne to actually join up in these fights, because that flash won't be available for the dragon, but the unstoppable force definitely will be.
I think Leaf's sitting on a decent chunk of cash right now, so he would love to head back to base and not have this recall canceled. It looks like we're seeing a hex plate start for him, which makes a lot of sense. You get that extra move speed when you pop that final hour, and just the extra attack speed. Yeah, just allowing you to survive a little bit here in this set of circumstances. Looks like not going to be able to pick up those components yet, though, as Gala on this Sivir is going to be able to wave clear and shove waves underneath Leaf's tower for essentially the entire game.
And Leaf should be able to back here, but on redeployment, he will be a little bit later to Gala, who, like you said, managed to get that recall off first. Luckily, though, EDG, if you look at the minimap, they are first toward the bot side river. They have put Honkyu in a position where he also has to recall. Both teams actually have a fair bit of vision. You can see JDG have a lot of deep wards on the left side of the Dragon Pit. So they have gathered enough information to probably be able to fight this, despite not being the first ones to the river and not owning it exclusively.
Yeah, well, looks like EDG actually backing away from initially setting up their vision down there. Xiao Hao going up to clear the top side of his camp before maneuvering back down into the dragon area. As EDG definitely don't want to give away those first 2 dragons the way that JDG's composition does scale. The Hextech just going to do a little bit extra in terms of helping JD Gaming get to that later part of the game. See some heavy trading in the mid lane right now as Angel does get stunned up by Honkyu. It's taken down to about half HP. Could be impactful as we wait for this objective to get started up.
Looking at the inventories, a lot of different champions have hit first items. You got that Hex Plate for Leave. You've got that Ghost Blade for Xiao Hao. You've got the Sunfire for Junjia. Crucially, Angel, though, has not yet gotten his item. So that could be something JDG could use.
Leave has no flash. He's got the concussive blows onto him. Already stunned up. But Perukia will be here to match. And that means that there will not be a follow-up on to the AD carry of Edward Gaming. But the Vayne is chunked out pretty low. And with only the Hex Plate, not a ton of lifesteal to get back to full.
Yeah, I don't know if they can actually fight this. Leave with no flash and half HP. All it takes is Junji pulling up, using his ultimate, and I feel like that's just a dead Vayne. So they're going to think better of contesting that dragon. I think that's a wise choice overall, not to allow JDG to get those accelerated late game carries online quicker. But they do sacrifice the dragon, and that is 2 for JDG. So although you don't give them kills, you do give them a lot of tempo to be able to play around with, knowing that the sole threat for EDG really isn't there at the moment.
And we'll see if JDG are able to just get away with this scot-free. Maybe Honkyu getting targeted by a flash from Angel. The wall, though, blocking out a ton of ability for Xiao Hao to go and collapse upon this Anivia. And so that's going to be Honkyu just able to survive very nicely.
You can see that Xiaoshu has been really just looking for any opportunity to finish off that last little bit of health onto ZDZ, who has been under his tower for a really long time. But because a lot of our focus has been toward the bot side, this poor Renekton has been kind of deprived and starved of resources for the past few minutes. Now, though, with the dragon no longer on the map, maybe they can alleviate some pressure for their top laner.
Yeah, they're sending up Xiao Hao and Angel. Potentially a Realm Warp in could help them get a kill onto Xiaoshu if the Aatrox is not careful. But it looks like JDG are aware of this. They're going to send some reinforcements up to the top side as well and make sure it is some sort of numbers advantage. Oh, Junja just whiffs! Oh no, not getting the unstoppable force could prove disastrous. And the Glacial Fissure is dodged from as well. Angel just crossing up everybody on JDG as the Temper Fate does land on the Xiaoshu, who already has the World Ender issued. But Xiao Hao goes to the skies and takes the Aatrox down. A set of misplays on JDG's side allows for EDG to make it a 2-0 game.
Oh, that's the kind of play where the chat is just spammed with Malphite alive, Malphite alive, Malphite R, 68 seconds, Malphite R, 68 seconds. Such a unfortunate, I'll call it, ultimate there from Junjia. Doesn't land onto Angel. The Rise lives. And EDG, crucially, more gold into the pocket of Xiaohao on this champion that is known as Jace. Yeah, he just completely whiffs it. The phase rush didn't even proc. There was no flash. How did you miss?
Oh, I can already see everyone smile and wave. You're on the LPL TikTok page. That's just, oh boy, what a
Hello, YouTube.
what a set of events.
Hello, Twitter.
What a set of events there for JDG. Results in them losing the top tower, losing the Rift Herald as well, and of course giving another kill over to the jungle Jace that you said, Quacks, needed to start scaling. And scaling he has. 1,000 gold in advantage over his opposing jungler.
Yeah, and Xiaohao, crucial game for him to get ahead, not only because of the Jace pick and the nature of this character being so reliant on gold and being able to dish out that damage, but also for Xiaohao personally. We said it a couple of times here on the broadcast, Grapes, that Junjia has gotten the better of him in all 3 games. Even the game that EDG won, Junjia performed nicely in that match, and Xiaohao was likely not the main cause of that win. So for him to get this victory over his counterpart, for him to be this ahead over his counterpart, it's good for the game, it's good for keeping their series hopes alive, and it's good for Xiaohao's mental health at the end of the day, knowing that he is, you know, at least diffing Junjia at one point in one game. We'll have to see if that can expand into more than 1 point, as we are starting to get toward that mid-game. Plates have dropped, and you can see now, Grapes, the lane assignments are getting a lot more murky.
I feel like this is a situation that EDG had to be in for this game, though. Given the scaling that JDG can have with this Anivia, with this Sivir, as the game progresses. They're 2,500 gold up. However, JDG have 2 dragons. So the question will be, is this enough to allow for EDG to get themselves into a position to send us to that game 5?
They have to start controlling these dragons if they want to think about getting to a game 5. But JDG have done such a good job at kind of locking down this area. It's really hard to you know, siege against a champion like Anivia. That ultimate is so good at controlling a zone and allowing for JDG to keep it. And they have been very proactive in setting up around these dragons, setting up around these objectives, and making sure that they're able to hold on to that space. EDG, the task is in being able to reclaim that space, but there aren't a lot of tools that you can actually use that will get you into that area safely. I mean, you look at things like the Realm Warp, that's cool, but if you Realm Warp into all the AoE that JDG have, you're all just gonna die. You have the Tempered Fate, but if it misses, then you have no safety for any of your members or the ability to pick off any stragglers. So how do you as EDG reclaim this bot side?
Yeah, I mean, the zone control, the wave clear from JDG, that is a pure strength of their composition. You're starting to see it now with that second item in the Quick Blades being completed by Gala. Starting to get into a pretty strong situation. However, EDG do have the advantage just in terms of that cold, hard cash specifically on their top side. They locked in this top side duo early in the draft because they wanted to have priority early, and that is what they have. We're going to have to take advantage of it now with the Dragon Spawn.
Yep, and the Herald going to give a little bit more priority over to EDG, force JDG out of the river. This is what they did last game, and it did end up working.
Oh!
Ooh. The wall blocks the charge, but look at Leave. He's completely isolated from the team. He was waiting in the bush there, but he does join up. I got a little bit worried.
Gonna be okay. Xiaoshu chunked to less than half HP. He'll have a teleport to get back, but that should be a signal for EDG to start this dragon up. Unless JDG has something to say about it. Junja's gonna face check. Instead, using a stop before straight into the bush and knock up 2. Xiaohao is deleted as Hongq gets on the board first. But Angel's on a flank and a teleport already has come in. Leave trying to glide here on the vein, force the flash away from the ice shard of Hongq. But it is on the other side. JDG wiping away the fight, and the Vein's the only one left alive on the other side. It is 4 kills into the hands of JD Gaming as they completely negate the early advantage that EDG had.
And Junjia, you can't really miss that one. They're on top of your face, but he says, get out of my face. The unstoppable force combined with the AoE onto JDG, and Hongq gets his first kill of the game. This Anivia and the scaling at large for JDG going to continue into this game. Vampire's Flash to get further CC down in this team fight. Hongq picks up his first. And now EDG are completely split. I mean, Angel wasn't really a part of this fight until too late. The resets are there for Xiaoshu. This is an element that we brought up early in the game, Grapes, but hasn't been super relevant until now. JDG, the first big fight of the game, and it goes their way. And now, 20 minutes in, they're already on Soul Point.
A pure shifting point right there for JDG. And again, you mentioned just the ability and the ease of execution of the composition that JDG have. Hey, you have a Malphite jungle, press R, win game, and you got just a lot of just pure damage threats into the backline to help you out there after that initial engage goes through. EDG tried for flanks, they tried for creative angles into fights, but it didn't end up working out as they fail to get that soul point, and they end up losing 4 of their members as well. They're still up in gold, but that's a big blow to the confidence of this team and what they potentially feel going into the later stages of this one with elimination on the line.
And it's just a big stall out, particularly for these carries on EDG too. I mean, you don't get any kills and you burn summoners as well. Xiao Hao goes down. Does have that second item, but leave as well, expending his own flash. This Vayne hasn't really gotten the resources necessary to pop off and be relevant as we're coasting toward that late game. And JDG are so confident in that they're just going to start up the Otacon right off rip.
Send a teleport in here from Hongqiu as well. At least going to force another summoner spell out of Angel, who is currently on the top side of the map. The Otacon's at 8,000 HP. Xiao Hao is trying to get in there, but Hongqiu doing a great job of zoning, and EDG have to get through this bird before they can even get to the major objective. Angel teleports in. Tempered Fate buying some time. Perukia going to try to get into the pit as well. Who gets the Otacon? It's secured by Junja and JDG, but it's already been Xiaoshu fallen, and EDG picking up a casualty in the fight. Junja with the Unstoppable Force in, immediately deletes leave, and makes it a 1-for-1 as both sides will retreat.
That one felt a little bit personal from Junjia. The Unstoppable Force directly onto the head of this Vayne. JDG pick up the Otacon. And EDG, they do lose a member, but they are looking for a cross map. They should be able to secure this tier 1, so they don't leave empty-handed. But the hands of JDG continue to grab onto all of these neutrals. And EDG, it feels like the scaling is slowly starting to slip out of their palms.
They got 1 kill, but I mean, just look at how Xiao Hao is never able to get into this fight, have an opportunity to go for any sort of steal, and leave. Hate to say it, can't be standing there, man. You're Vayne. You're going to get 1 shot. Junja did just that.
Yeah, Junjia, really good at piloting this Malphite, except for the one incident that we don't talk about.
Oh, we don't have. Yeah, if they win the game, it's all out the window. You know, nobody has to even think about it anymore.
I don't even know what I was talking about when I brought it up, but yeah, now, I mean, the gold is still in favor of EDG somehow. I feel like that is probably the fakest gold lead I have ever seen.
They got the mid tower after with the help of Angel's Realm Warp, but again, you lose the Otacon, you're down Soul Point. This one next fight in the next 75 seconds will determine the game.
It absolutely will. Soul is either going to make or break this game. I mean, when you have a Mountain Dragon on a Malphite, on a Braum, and on an Aatrox, and I'm even roping Anivia into this because she's got the Seraphs and she's got the Rylai's. Like, you are really tanky on this bird. These members are already hard to kill. It's about to get practically impossible with how decelerated the EDG damage dealers are. I mean, we have no pen items in inventory right now as Jace or Vayne. You're really just relying on the silver bolts, and that has not come in handy once this game. Not
yet. As exciting as the lock-in was, that was probably the most exciting part of Leave's game so far, when the champion was first selected and walking onto the Rift. We have not seen that pop-off performance just yet here from the EDG ADC, though there's a lot of attention, a lot of resources being put into that player to try to save this game, save this series for his team. Still a lot of opportunities left. It's going to have to come around this dragon, though.
The EDG are, for the first time this game, it feels like, first to the punch. Xiaoshu also resetting. He does have teleport. JDG could give up this dragon, but they want to fight for it. They know they're stronger.
Yeah, they've already started it. EDG have the dragon at 2k, but Junja's gotten into the pit.
Oh.
It will be secured by Xiao, and the soul has been denied for now. A lot of durability off the table, but Angel's been hit up by the unstoppable force and taken down by the Anivia. Hongq gets the first kill, and now ZDZ has to slice and dice away, but Xiao's going to follow with that World Ender. Leave now has his opportunity. ZDZ has to try to tank up as much damage as he can, while Leave is now diving the back line, looking in for Gala, finds the condemn, and Leave gets a big shutdown onto the AD carry, and the reset shall commence. Leave still going, still tumbling, still trying his darndest to get EDG a Game 4 win.
Yeah, Vayne Value, I never doubted it for a second. EDG win out on the fight. They secure the dragon and deny the Mountain Soul from the clutches of JDG. Baron up on the other side, but with the resets coming through, I don't think a timer is really there for them to make a play on that area. What was the smite at? It was just the Q smite from Xiaohao. Enough to get it there. No contest available for Junjia on the Malphite. And I want to get one more look mechanically at how this Vayne played it. But nope, we're going right back to live.
You
Baron
can't do that. No, all gas, no brakes for EDG. They found one opening. They're going to take advantage of it. Xiaoshu has just respawned, and he has no teleport to get to the Baron. Perukia using the portal. He's going to try to just use the blast cone to make sure nobody can get in. Junja's into the pit, but it's Baron secured by Edward Gaming, and they will not be able to get anything else other than ZDZ going down.
Yup, they'll get the empowered recalls. They probably lose their mid lane turret for this, but at this point, you're 26 minutes into the game. That isn't a big thing to lose, especially compared to the Baron. Now, though, Graves, my big question is, what are EDG going to do in the wake of having this Nasher? We haven't seen a lot of side lane play from them so far, but you've got the Bard, you've got the Rise, you've got a lot of these tools that can get you across the map really, really quickly, not used for the purpose of split pushing. We need to see that transition happen now that you have the Baron.
What can they do in these next 2 minutes? EDG have to get a ton to try to save this game. They're up a lot, but again, that scaling is going to continue to come in. Hongq's already level 17. Doesn't have a lot of items at this point, just the 2 plus that Seekers, but that's going to be high value enough. But now, you take a look at Leave, you take a look at Angel. These are carries that have gotten pretty ahead as well. Although Leave could be in a bad spot, as he has been spotted up by Xiaoshu, but he pops the final hour, and it's going to be able to stay alive. Tempered Fate lands onto the Aatrox, but DDZ will not be able to lock him down with the flash. So Xiaoshu heads back to base. There is no other major objective to fight for, so the push will continue for EDG.
And now EDG, with the superior health bars, they're just able to use this mid lane pressure to go toward this bot side river. You can see they cut off JDG from being able to retake this space, and so Angel on that bot side is going to be able to take that last tier 1 that's standing for JDG. And you talk about what they need to get in preparation for this Dragon Grapes, and that tier 1 on the bot side was definitely at the top of the list. So it allows them a lot more freedom to gain information via wards ahead of these neutral objectives spawning.
Oh man, but if that's it, you'd hope that EDG would have gotten more with this Baron push, but it's really difficult to do so against the composition of JDG. We talked about it during the draft. Anivia, Sivir, and then if you step too far forward, there's a Malphite coming straight for your head. Very difficult to push, and that is why all 3 of the inner towers for JDG are still up, despite this Baron going over to Edward Gaming.
Dragon is up in about 1 minute-ish, and you can see Leave's flash is almost off of cooldown. Perukia has the Tempered Fate on Junjia, but will miss the stun, so he's just he's just allowed to admire the what is he made out of? Coral with that skin turned into gold. He gives him the Midas touch for just a little bit, but I mean, Leave will probably have his flash close to back up by the time Dragon does spawn, so might be able to let loose depending on if EDG can stall out this objective being taken, and especially if JDG are looking to contest it.
Some big spikes coming through. Infinity Edge here for Gala. Certainly going to be a huge factor, and we're working towards that Frozen Heart for Junja, but it's not there just yet. Means that this could be an angle here for EDG. They set up around the Dragon Pit. I feel like this is certainly how they need to start these fights off. Have the poke coming through from Xiaohao, and have the setup and the vision prepared around this dragon. It would be Mountain Soul if JDG pick it up. With the durability that Junja has, would be a near disaster. And so EDG need to make sure this dragon goes over there, and it's a good start with the Shock Blast going on to Gala.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Gala now going to have difficulty free hitting in this fight. Flash is almost off cooldown for leave, but the dragon is being started up regardless.
Hongq getting chunked out by Angel a little bit, who is doing his damnedest right into the Glacial Storm. He goes golden, but it could have actually just singled him out. He flashes away, but the Tempered Fate will find two, and the Dominus has been popped by ZDG. Looking to go in on the Gala. Perukia flashing forward as well, and it's going to be the dragon secured by EDG, but Perukia will die on the back end, and Leave doesn't have much to go for in response. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of JDG. Can they get any more than just those kills?
ZDZ's onto the back line. He's trying to pincer with EDG, but the rest of EDG, they want to finish the dragon grapes, and then Perukia goes a little too far forward. He gets found. JDG pick up two, but they don't get the dragon. They don't get the soul, and at the end of the day, that's all EDG wanted to deny them.
Keep the game going. Keep the ball rolling. That is the name of the game at this point for Edward Gaming. They know that they have a tall task ahead of them with this soul point, but every 5 minutes they go over to the dragon pit and make sure that that soul is not given. And they've been able to do it twice in a row. Still a long way to go for them to make sure that that soul does not get secured. But it's a good start for now as EDG continuing to stay alive here in this best of 5.
Yeah, EDG from a really rough early game. Now some of the picks have scaled, notably Angel. Completing that Zhonya's means that he is so tanky with the Seraph Shield, with the Roa, HP, and now he's able to go golden. It just allows him to be really, really difficult to kill in these fights. And Leave, obviously, as well. We're really looking at this Vayne to get some more defense under her belt because, I mean, this champion doesn't want for damage at this point. You've got Ginsu's, you've got Experimental Hexplate, you've got the Phantom Dancer. Now he goes for the Guardian Angel. That's what I like to see.
Go Jack Show next. Screw it. Being in these fights for so long, might as well get a little bit extra durability. I feel like that is something that we are likely to see going forward here for Leave. If we can get to that point. 3 of our 4 games have gotten past this 30-minute mark of just very even game states. And that is just a testament to how close these two teams have been throughout the Demacia Cup. EDG have not lost a series so far in this tournament, although they ever dropped some games. And JDG has been one of the hotter teams as of late. They've won their last 2 matches of Stage 2 as well and find themselves here in the quarterfinals.
EDG with the Baron up. I mean, they've got control of this topside river. You can see Vampire is like fishing to try and get some kind of vision down, but there's a control ward in that long bush. So JDG don't really have any information at the current moment. The best they have is that really deep ward onto the blue buff. Maybe you can get a flank TP as Xiaoshu, but he doesn't have teleport up, so there really isn't a flank angle for them. They have to meet EDG face-to-face. Junja?
He gets hit up by the Rune Prison, and remember, he's a full armor Malphite, so that Rise just melts through him. ZDZ's already popped the Dominus, and a Tempered Fate goes in onto Hongq. The Anivia is taken very low, but will not die just yet. Remember, still has the passive in tow. Leaves now has the final hour unlocked. He's able to get away from those chains of the Aatrox, and EDG will be able to survive without anybody going down. They have a teleport on ZDZ, and they will use it to make sure that they will be able to do as much damage as possible to this Baron.
I mean, but one jungler is low HP, the other one is very healthy. That's enough for EDG to just go onto this Baron.
It's that half, it's that 4K. Who's able to get into the pit? Vampire looking. Is anybody able to secure it? No, it is Xiao Hao for Edward Gaming to get the Baron buff, and it will be Angel able to survive as well. Baron recall coming through. Xiao Hao should be able to get out of it, but no. At the very last minute, the Winter's Bite connects, and it will be 2 members of Edward Gaming going down at the price of the Baron buff.
I mean, those death timers are at a minute. By the time Xiao Hao respawns, you're going to have a dragon coming up in about 20 seconds. So JDG, even though they don't get the Baron, even though 3 members of EDG managed to get away from that fight, they will be able to recall, get control of mid lane, and should be able to set up some vision around this Drake. Remember, they still are on Soul Point. It doesn't matter how many fights EDG win. If JDG gets Soul, this game becomes 10 times harder for them.
But every time EDG able to control some area of the map, they're skirmishing better. They're finding picks better. They are somehow finding a way to outplay JDG despite all that is stacked against them. And at this point, Quacks, Who knows? Maybe they're actually the ones in advantage. JDG, though, have to take advantage of the fact that Xiaohao is still dead for the next 10 seconds. Set up vision. Go for resets. They have now a death cap completed onto Hongq. They have a Lord Doms onto Gala. This is the moment that JDG has scaled for.
This really is the big break points for the carries. JDG, we looked at Hongq, we looked at Gala, we looked at Junjia to step up in this series and take JDG to new heights after the rebuild. They were the ones that everyone expected to get them to that higher result. But now Leave is on to
Xiaoshu. For a solo play. In on a Xiaoshu right now. Already has popped the World Ender, and Leave will be able to dash away from that chain once again. Hongq not getting connected here by the Tempered Fate, and Vampire with the Unbreakable to prevent the stun as well. Prukia very tanky, sitting in the Glacial Storm, and still not taking a ton of damage, as now the Dragon has spawned, but they bought enough time for Xiaohao to arrive to the fight. It'll be a pure, good old-fashioned 5v5 with Xiaoshu TPing in.
Yeah, Xiaoshu has to complete that, has to TP back to the fight. Oh, and look at ZDZ.
Has a Dominus, gonna get blocked up by the wall. That's a ton of chunk damage, and they have found one! That is the unstoppable on all force going straight onto Angel. And that's JDG taking him down. However, Xiaohao does the most important job. He secures the Mountain Dragon and makes sure that there is no soul for JDG.
It's 3 dragons apiece. It's getting down to the wire. JDG pick one member off. Angel is dead for another 45 seconds.
They gotta go for it.
They are just going to try and maybe break down the base, but there's only 2 minions, Grapes. They don't have a wave.
They're going to maybe have Junja tank things up. They got another wave waiting. It is 30 seconds on Angel. It will surely be an advantage fight for JDG if they decide to go in. Junja's ultimate is up in 3 seconds. He must look for a crucial target. Leave has the Guardian Angel onto him, so he'll be able to survive for quite a long time. It is at least the mid lane inhibitor going down. Leave's able to get away from that potential stun from the wall of Hongq, and now the inhibitor is down. Redemption comes out, and now maybe EDG want to play the long game. They land the Tempered onto 2, and look at Leave going for a flank, but now getting blocked out by the Glacial Storm once again. Unstoppable force. It goes in on the Xiaohao, but he's able to keep himself alive. But ZDZ is not so lucky, as the Aatrox will finish him off. Gala goes through the portal that Prukia has created, and it might spell the doom of the Edward Gaming, but it looks like the health bars are too low. Gala is too vulnerable, and they will back out.
Bro, Leave is just not allowed into these fights. Hongq is playing bouncer. You're not allowed into this club. Stay away. JDG get one pick onto ZDZ, but most importantly, Graves, they get the inhibitor. Super's now spawning into the mid lane. JDG will get a lot of passive prio because of that. And these are big objectives. Getting that inhibitor and these supers to be able to work with you is going to be huge for allowing you to be first to these neutrals.
If this series doesn't get you excited about what the 2026 LPL is going to look like, I don't know what will. It's been a great best of 5 so far, and it's just a preseason event in the quarterfinals, no less. A lot of more entertaining games to come, of course, but we got to finish off the appetizer before we get to the main course. This is still a close game as we approach the 38-minute mark. We got Baron in less than 2, but that inhibitor will still be down for EDG once it spawns.
And there's a minute separating this and the Soul. If you are too indecisive around the Baron, you risk a cross-map trade. And at this point, when the game is so volatile, when one kill can mean the difference between a victory screen and a defeat screen, a gray screen, and a screen full of lush color in Summoner's Rift, you do not want to take those risks. You do not want to take those chances. You want to monopolize the neutral objectives for your team at this point. So the moment this Baron spawns, I expect blood to be in the river.
You got to look at the new addition for Edward Gaming and Leave. Has been stymied, has been stifled, but has not given up on this vein, looking for angle after angle. Might have found one here with Prukia popping a 2-man Tempered Fate onto Junja and Vampire, but it's only the front line that has been targeted. And now the Bard could be in some trouble as he pops a little bit of damage here from Hongq. Going to be the support out of the picture for a little bit, but the objective has not respawned.
It's so difficult to commit onto a fight with Hongq now. So much AP is here with that death cap completed onto the Anivia. You could see that Prukia wanted to look for a fight engage, but Hongq walls him off and almost manages to give JDG a kill that almost certainly would have been a Baron the moment it spawns. But every single member of this game is now back to a healthy standpoint. Baron up in 10, but crucially JDG owning that topside river.
Prukia Oh, don't get too
Don't do it,
feisty
bro.
right here with your the war's not that important. Not worth your life, not worth potentially the game getting flipped. As the Baron house now spawned, full control has gone over to JD Gaming. They might be down in gold, but they're up in tempo. They're going to start this big purple worm up.
Empowered Scuttle Crab as well is going to give them a lot of information, a lot of vision, but they're actually not finishing
Oh,
it.
Hongyu,
hang on.
he's taking very low. Angel
no!
nearly able to take him down, but there goes the unstoppable force. It's only on the one, though, and that means Leave has a lot of opportunity to do some work. The egg's already been popped, and Hongyu is in that form, but nobody's able to get to him. Leave isn't able to either. In goes Zhao Hao. He does a lot of damage, but he's not tanky enough, and Zhao Shu will take him down. The Aatrox is still getting targeted, but the Q3 is going to secure Perukia's fate. It's Leave in a 1v3. Can he do the impossible? He will not, as the Glacial Storm will finish him off. He's in the Guardian Angel, the stun not connecting in time, but Hongyu says Honk Shu and puts EDG to bed. That's the game. That's the series. JDG are going to semis.
JDG with a questionable phase 2 in the Demacia Cup, but a rebound in their last couple of matches. This comp, this team, this org is scaling Grapes into 2026 as they will take down EDG undefeated no more. Welcome to the semifinals, JDG.
They lost their first two series. They've won the next 3, looking to make it 4 and 5 en route to a Demacia Cup title. Congratulations to JDG as they take a 4-game series over Edward Gaming. A hard-fought one, a close one between these two teams from opposite sides of the Stage 2 group stage. But at the end of the day, it's JDG, the new look roster. 5 players playing together on a new banner for the first time, and they're able to make it work against another very consistent roster, just like it was back in September.
JDG, history will repeat itself here in the Demacia Cup, like you said, Grapes. And overall, 3 of those 4 games, I would say, being incredibly close. This was definitely a big highlight series, probably of the entire tournament. I know that, we're kind of looking toward the future a bit, but this was exciting. Almost every game was close. Every member had their moment to shine. And, if I'm EDG, I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to move into top 4. But damn, I am looking forward to seeing this team play in 2026. This was a beautiful showing for an organization that is looking to go to the next level into the next year.
And again, it's a long-term project here for EDG. They would not have kept 4 out of 5 of the roster if they were looking for immediate success after what was, a pretty middling, all things considered, 2025 with the 5 that they ended up having. The addition of Leave is surely going to help, but there's still a lot more work for some of these players to have. You look at somebody like Perukia, had some good engages, but also definitely somebody who the champion pool started to affect him as he got later into Fearless, right? So that stuff is going to have to continue to improve, obviously, but you have to be impressed by what you saw so far. But at the end of the day, it really is JDG that we should be praising and should be really looking forward to watching the rest of this tournament.
Yep, questions about the mid-jungle duo, questions about if Gala could pop off and, kind of be that veteran voice for his team, which is a position that he hasn't really had to be in for a majority of his career, Grapes. And all of those questions seem to be coming up positive here in the Demacia Cup. Particularly, I think we got to see the best version of Hongyu and Junjia in this best of 5. Junjia in particular, this Malphite really turning around a lot of situations. Again, had some questionable unstoppable forces, but we take the good with the bad, and unfortunately more good came up here in game number 4. JDG moving up to face AL in the semifinals, Grapes.
Well, not yet. They got to play LGD first. That series hasn't happened yet. So.
That is true. That is true. That is
and
true.
And it is a mostly LDL team for AL, so maybe LGD have a chance. So
yeah,
we don't want to count them out just yet. But
I keep thinking the bye just automatically means they're in top 4, but I get it mixed up. It is what it is. But
yes,
still, good stuff from JDG overall. I think that this is a team that, we weren't necessarily looking to come out of the gate swinging. The cohesion was there between Hongyu and Junjia already, but like you said, this is a mostly new roster construction coming out from the organization. It does take a little bit of time to gel, you know, 2 weeks is not a lot of time. If they're able to improve on this stance, I do think that this is definitely a team to keep your eye on throughout the next year.
Absolutely. I mean, I know a lot of people were excited about this team, but curious about if they can contend with the ALs, the BLGs, the top esports once they're fully, back together as a full roster. Time will tell, obviously, but this is good. These are good signs. Getting these wins, getting the 2 over BLG, even though they had a sub-mid, winning this against EDG, potentially setting up for a trip to the semifinals or even the finals of the Demacia Cup to see Hongkyu winning his 3rd straight MVP. Congratulations to him.
Yeah.
But you gotta feel pretty good if you are a JDG fan about how the direction of this team has really skyrocketed after the earlier series that they played in the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a nice turnaround. The impression that they left over their first couple of series was not one that a lot of people were expecting, more on the negative end, but hopefully this is a series that can kind of change some minds about what this team is capable of and that they are capable of taking down some really good teams. And EDG is a really good team, even though they didn't take the win here. Again, this is an organization, this is a team that I'm very much looking forward to seeing their journey into the new year.
Hey, that's the best thing about this is, you could be sad a little bit that EDG lost the series, but it's not like their season has ended or anything. In fact, it has yet to even begin. Once we get started in split number 1 in a couple of weeks, these guys are all going to be back. They're all going to be ready to kick off the year. And this is just a little bit of a sampler, a little bit of a taste of what to expect from some of these LPL rosters going into a brand new year. But congratulations here to JD Gaming. They advanced to the Demacia Cup semifinals. Make sure you tune in for the next 2 days here on the LPL English stream because we will be completing the remainder of our knockout bracket as well. You see, tomorrow at the exact same time, we'll have OMG facing off against LNG in a rematch of a showdown back in Group B of Stage 2. And then we'll have Anyone's Legend taking on LGD. Winner of that one will play the winners of this series here, JDG. Quacks, it's been a pleasure here to have you alongside me for this Best of 5. Thank you so much for coming alongside me here for this one. A big shout out to all of our crew behind the scenes, our mod team, our socials team, and especially our producer Shivam for coming in last minute and filling in for us here on the channel. Thank you so much, everybody, once again for watching. My name has been Grapes. Final score here on the Demacia Cup quarterfinal broadcast. JDG taking a 3-1 win over Edward Gaming. We'll see you all tomorrow for more coverage of the Demacia Cup.